Welcome to the World's Ontology Ecosystem summer course, co-sponsored by the National Center for Ontological Research and the University at Buffalo. Thank you all for joining us. We did not expect such a massive turnout. By that, I mean Barry and myself didn't expect such a big turnout. We had 500 people registered. We have a bunch of people here in the room. And as is per my style, at least, we're going to go ahead and get started. So a little bit about us. I'm John. Hi, welcome. I'm director of the program, the graduate program at the University of Buffalo. And it's a little bit about me. But also here's Barry. Great photo of him, one of my favorites. A little bit about him. You can read about that. You can read about us, but I'm sure you didn't come here to read about us, instead to talk to us and talk about what we're doing. So again, we're going to get started. So I want to, what's that? Yeah, they said they could hear me. I assume that they will speak up if they cannot. But logistics. So I want to cover a couple of things before we really get started and kick over to Barry. As I said, about 500 people registered. So lots of things to, like, logistics wise, to keep in order on our end. So we will be recording the sessions. They'll be posted online for asynchronous viewing. A lot of folks will be watching after, or maybe they can't pop into every meeting that we're having during the week, so they'll pop in here and there, watch the video recordings that we post after the event. We'll also be uploading not only those videos online for access after the event, but we're going to upload any lectures to the course GitHub page, which is where you also find exercises and discussion boards where you can talk about what we're doing. All of this is in the welcome packet, so there are links in there. There's Zoom record or links, also GitHub links. So if you've got that welcome packet, then you have everything you need to access what's going on in the course. We'll periodically send that out to you, send these links out to you as well, so you can don't have to spelunk, even though it is on like the second page. So questions. So keep yourself muted if you're online, unless you're asking a question. In those circumstances, we're typically going to sequester the questions towards the ends of presentations so that we didn't get bombarded while we're talking. There'll be a time you can raise your hand. Just follow kind of standard procedure for that. I'm sure many of you have been in meetings, as we all have. You know what it's like. So lots of people to monitor. So raise your hand when you want to talk. We'll follow a queue. We will be monitoring the chat. We're going to try to keep the chat for either those sequestered portions of the talks where we have substantive questions that folks want to ask, or if it's during talks for technical issues. So if you experience some kind of technical problem, hop on the chat, let us know. We'll do what we can to sort it out. And then when we open up for Q&As, jump in the chat. If you don't want to talk, then you can post questions there as well. And we'll try to get through them as we move through the queue. Yeah. And we also have a discussion board on the GitHub repository for the course. We have each day you can post discussion questions. You can post, debate tips or topics. Barry and I are going to be debating at various points in this. Tell us what you want us to talk about, and we will argue. It is what we do. But more on that on. So agenda, just for today. And we'll do this every day so you don't get lost, because there's lots to cover and lots to do. So we are currently in the, hey, it's me, John. Here's the course phase. Next, we're going to pop over to Barry. He's going to tell us about the history of ontology from its early origins all the way to the present. We'll take a little bit of a break, and then we'll kick into the world's ontology ecosystem and the current landscape as Barry and I understand. And then I will talk for a bit about various Foundry efforts, not to be confused with Palantir Foundry efforts, different kind of Foundry. I'll say a lot more about that later. But you can see the kind of concerted socio-technological solutions and efforts we have going on across the ecosystem. We'll do some lunch. For those of you online, enjoy. For those of you in here, there are places around. We'll go enjoy, talk a little bit, eat a little bit, and we'll come back and we'll be graced by the presence of Denise Ferniza, who should be here shortly. And she'll be talking about doing applied ontology work with the U.S. Air Force. So she'll give us some insights into that. After which, I will talk to you as we lead into more of the exercise portion of the course, which will be like the second half of days, and then talk to you about ontology tradecraft, the tools that you'll need to be successful, whether modeling, testing, evaluating, ranking, building ontological content that will be used in applications downstream to great effect. So I will talk to you about what it is that makes our tradecraft so special, what it is that makes the recipe reusable, reproducible, and evaluable. And what we do that avoids the common failures of ontology engineering that have happened in the past. Because if you know anything about ontologies, you know this is not the first time they've been popular. You probably know this is not the first time there's been a risk of failure. So we're going to avoid those by following specific tradecraft. We'll take a break. And then my favorite portion, we'll do exercises. I got some exercises up on the GitHub repository ready for you and get you up to speed. They're kind of preliminary today, not too heavy, although there's some advanced exercises in the GitHub for those of you who are snazzy and don't want to do something crazy. And then we'll do some closing remarks. All of today will be aimed at setting you up for success for the more challenging portions of the week because tomorrow we get real hard. I like to start hard. So this is baby steps day, but tomorrow I'm gonna beat you up. So it's Barry. So we want to get you ready. So it's a fair fight though. All right. Goals of the course at a high level. So you see where we're going today and where we're going overall. Today, we're just essentially going to orient participants to the field, why we develop ontologies, and the tradecraft used through the week. So ontologies are hard to build. They take a lot of effort, a lot of time. That juice better be worth the squeeze. And so I'm trying to make the case for that today. Tomorrow, we're going to talk about repeatable modeling patterns and apply them across various challenging domains. Then on day 3, with a healthy skepticism, we're going to talk about ontologies and AI systems. So it'd be crazy to talk about ontology engineering and not have a significant portion be focused on AI. So we're going to be linking that up, starting with day 3, where there is some healthy skepticism to send about the connection between AI and ontologies. But we're also going to provide some practical guidance for how to use generative AI with ontology engineering best practices. Day 4, you'll get a lot more hands-on experience. On focusing on that, we're going to examine applied research, ontology-driven agent workflows, semantic pipelines, as well as methods for validating ontology-enabled AI workflows. All of which will lead to day 5, where we're synthesizing the lessons through competing visions for the future. This will be a fun one. Barry's going to give a talk about what he thinks the future of the field is, and I'm going to tell you the truth. So, and with that, I'm going to stop sharing. Barry.
All right, so I'm going to have a lot of controversial things to say today, and so I'm going to try and leave time for some kind of interaction with the audience. But if you could put questions in the chat, or objections or accusations, I promise that I will respond to them at some point in the next few days, or potentially also in writing if they're interesting enough. All right, so the world's ontology ecosystem, as John said, I'm going to start with the history of ontology. Let me just make sure I have my slides in the right place. Yeah, good. All right, so there are too many ontologies. Everybody knows that, and it's going to get worse in course of time because very many people seem to believe that in order to do AI, for instance, agentic AI, you need to have ontologies. So people build ontologies. This has been a curse on the earth for more than 25 years now. So this is what the ontology landscape looks like now. We just have too many ontologies, not least because some dark forces are building them for people, and because they think that, for instance, agentic AI needs ontologies of large organizations where the agentic AI is going to be put to work. And all of these large ontologies just create more enshittification. That is to say, the internet gets more and more tainted by more and more different, I won't say bad, but different ontologies. And this problem is going to get worse. And we are the only hope of the world, namely having some strategy to mitigate this mass launch or mass hasty attack on building ontologies in order to make AI work, and for other reasons. Now, let me just double check again my slides. We're going to put forward a solution which is based on the ontology that we've been working on for more than 20 years. And this ontology has the advantage that it is an ISO standard. So it's part of the multi-part standard referred to here, which costs you 0 Swiss francs, which is a bargain. The reason for that is that standards, ISO standards, which are built for use in other ISO standards are free. And ISO believes that the standard, the ontology standard that we help to build will be used in many other standards, and it already is being used in some standards that we know about. So this is a standard not just of ISO, but also of the International Electrotechnical Commission, because it bleeds over into software and digital activities of various sorts. And this is the standard for BFO, which is the ontology John and I have been working on for many years, and along with hundreds of other people, I must say. Basic Formal Ontology. And if you look back, you'll see that part 1 of this standard is the requirements which an ontology must satisfy to be a top-level ontology. And the idea is that if the world has one top-level ontology, then the drive to build more and more ontologies will be at least made somewhat rational if they can all, or at least the large majority of them, will use the same top level. And the idea behind that is that a top level ontology should be very general and very small and very easy to use also. All right, now, originally, this standard was supposed to have 2 parts. As it turned out, it has more than 2 parts, but all of the other parts are examples of top-level ontologies. And so the question arises, what is a top-level ontology? Well, first of all, it's an ontology which covers everything. And and we had to create a list which would be such that it covered everything. So the idea when we wrote the standard for BFO was we would write a long list of all the areas where BFO is being used or could be used, and then argue that that list is sufficiently comprehensive that any ontology that can cover all of those domains would be a top-level ontology. And so you can see the kind of thing that's on this list. There was some effort made to include religion on this list. Religion didn't end up being on the list, and other things like that didn't end up being on the list. But we believe that we caught those things which are crucial for empirical science, government administration, industry, and many other domains. But we'll come back to this question of coverage later. And then the second criterion was that the ontology should be supplied with documentation, which means a natural language document, because we want humans to be able to understand, use, develop, and criticize ontologies. It should include an OWL2 axiomatization, because that's today's de facto standard for building ontologies. That may change in course of time. It should include a common logic axiomatization, descriptions of how the ontology gets used, proof that the OWL axiomatization is logically derivable from the common logic axiomatization, and above all, a consistency proof of the common logic axiomatization, which is a tremendous problem. You can't do it with software. You have to do a very, very large part of the work using human intelligence. And that's interesting if you think about it. It means that AI couldn't prove the consistency of the common logic axiomatization, even of a very small ontology like BFO. So BFO was the first of the top-level ontologies. BFO is also free, as you can see. And then the second one is something called Dolce, which is an Italian ontology, and Italy has played a remarkable role in the history of ontology in the modern world. And as we will see in a minute, I will talk about Dolce a little bit along the way, but it is a serious competitor to BFO in some respects, not unfortunately in any of the crucial respects. And then the third ontology is something called Tupper, which is an ontology built by a Canadian ISO standards specialist who's also a very important ontologist by the name of Michael Gruninger. Michael Gruninger works with ISO, and he realized that there are many ISO standards which require an ontology. And so he worked out what the top level ontology would be, which would work for all of those ISO standards. So for people working in the ISO standard domain, Tupper might be useful, but I don't believe it will ever be useful for anybody else. And however good it is, it's just so narrow in its focus that its utility is going to remain small. And then finally, we have a proposed standard called UFO, which comes from the same partially Italian origin as Dolce. And I will see why UFO, like Dolce, is not going to be a competitor for BFO for the world's ontology enterprise top-level ontology. This also still costs you money. Strangely, it's more expensive to buy drafts of these things than to buy the finished product. All right, so these are the other candidate top-level ontologies. Now, there are some non-ISO ones, and we will deal with one of those soon, namely now. So this is EMO or EMO, the Elementary Multi-Perspective Material Ontology, which was born in Bologna. And it claims to be a top-level ontology. And its argument is actually very interesting. It contains a layer called quantum. It says everything in the universe is made of quanta. Therefore, everything in the universe is covered by EMMO. This, of course, is nonsense. But there is more nonsense. So this is a picture of the upper level of the putative top-level ontology called EMMO. You only need to look at the ISA relations in order to see the problems here. So item ISA MO, collection ISA MO, has part quantum, it says, is an MO. And physical is an item, perspective is a physical, physical has temporal, and so on. It's all nonsense. And this is not because they're Italians. So this is, they can all read and write English, but they don't know how to build an ontology. You don't say things like collection is a ammo. That is to confuse words with the entities which those words represent. And this is a common mistake in ontology. All right, now the big difference between BFO on the one hand and MO and Dolce and UFO and Tupper is that BFO has many users. BFO was born in the Human Genome Project days of the biological and biomedical research industry. It was born out of a specific goal, namely to tame the large number of new ontologies which were being built in the biology and biomedicine world. It's since then been adopted by a number of interesting manufacturing industry organizations, and we have a suite of ontologies built on the basis of BFO to support the manufacturing industry. There are many university centers where they are using or exploring BFO. And then we have more than 100 other institutional users, including some very important ones. So this is part of our list of users, which you can find here. Long Island Railroad is using BFO. BFO was used, as we understand it, to build the ontologies which were used to support the drone protection for the World Cup recently, and also for the Super Bowl. And There are many other examples that I could give. Now, maybe even more importantly, there are government mandates supporting BFO. So in 2023, something called the Intelligence Community Ontology Working Group was rechartered. So it had existed before 2023, but it was classified. And I knew people who were part of it, and I worked with those people, but I was not at that point in possession of any kind of clearance. But when I was then able to do this, I joined the ISO group, and along with a colleague in aerospace who will be joining this program along the way, namely Victor Raw, we created something called the DIOG, which would be the IC Ontology Working Group, but connected not just to the IC in the narrow sense, but to the whole of the DoD or DOW. And in 2024, the leadership councils of the IC and DOW created a mandate that BFO and CCO, which is a collection of mid-level ontologies, which are conformant to BFO, should be the baseline ontologies of all defense and intelligence ontology-related activity. And then in 2026, in the light of DHS participation in this work, the DIOG, as it was called, was changed to the NSOG. And NSOG now is the place where the most active ontology development within a BFO framework in all the world is currently taking place. All right, now another advantage of BFO as contrasted with all of the other ontology candidates, top-level ontology candidates, is that we have a training support and an education support for the growth of the body of experts who know how to use BFO and CCO and all the conformant ontologies there too. So already we have more than 30 students enrolled in our master's degree in Buffalo. It's an online degree, anybody can join. And we have a trickle of people who are now trying to register for our PhD degree. With the software is still not quite finalized on the side of the university, but there will be a PhD degree program in Buffalo starting in the fall semester, which means the end of August. And you are welcome to apply to join either the Master of Science or the PhD degrees in applied ontology henceforth. And we also have the NCORE network. That's the National Center for Ontological Research, which has a network spreading across parts of the world anyway, and which we hope will spread further. And this deals with all of these things. In addition to training, credentialing is important. Credentialing here would include not just credentialing ontologists, but also credentialing teams of ontologists, and also for credentialing the ontologies which are in the end produced. So it would be a resource that ontology interested groups can use in order to have the methodologies that they're using and their presuppositions and their training and so forth inspected by an independent body. And we work in Buffalo with a number of organizations, including the Department of Philosophy, which is where the two degrees are hosted for technical reasons. And we have close collaborations between NCORE in Brazil and with the Johns Hopkins University Applied Physics Laboratory, which has a major ontology research institution. And we also have ESCOR, which is the Swiss Center for Ontological Research, which is developing as we speak. All right, so why did we put these courses in the Department of Philosophy? So I've been in the Department of Philosophy in Buffalo since, oh, I don't like to think about it now, 1995, I think. And I've been working on ontology in one way or another during the whole of that time. And we have thereby hired a number of faculty members who were either interested in ontology or were actually ontologists in the strong sense that we can apply to John Beverley, for instance. So the department is now the most successful university department where ontology is being practiced. So it used to be the case that Buffalo would combine with Stanford University, which has a strong ontology component in its medical school. But now I think we are ahead of Stanford in significant ways. We have more people whose work is dedicated to ontology, and we certainly have a much wider scope than the biomedical scope of the Stanford ontologists. And so, because of the work that I just described on the part of the DOW and the IC, we are now effectively, people say, I mean, John Beverley says this all the time, the academic arm of the Department of Defense and Intelligence Community Ontology Enterprise. And no, it's not only John who says that. So this is John. John certainly has the engineering arm of the academic part of the world's ontology enterprise. And he also has the logic arm. So I know some logic, but he is much better at logic than I am. He's much better at doing things like coordinating people. So he has all of these arms and at credentialing people and so forth. And this is me. And you can see, I think, in my eyes that I'm already thinking about world domination, but that was just a juvenile or pre-juvenile passing trait. Now I'm just interested in making BFO more popular by conniving in various ways, but also by arguing all the time. And if John Beverley argues, then he is the good cop. So he lets the other side believe that they're winning. I'm the bad cop who goes around saying, well, perhaps there is something wrong with these Italian. I won't finish that sentence. All right, so both of these are needed to build good ontologies, and both of these you find in philosophy departments. You do not find them in computer science departments. One of my big issues with the way the world is organized at the moment is that computer science students are encouraged always to build something new. And this is part of the enshittification of the data and information world. The reason they should build something new is that that's the way you get paid. But this is a disaster. Now, only in a philosophy department could you make that claim. You couldn't say those things with people in computer science departments. And so that's what we need, not just to build good ontologies, but also to build good ontologists. And so we use argumentative techniques. And so I'll give you just some examples. So when you're building an ontology, you should try and work out who will use it. But not only who will use it, also who will use the ontologies which depend on it or which are going to be neighbors of it. And that means that you argue with the target users, find the names of their competitors or of the people who are extending their work and argue with them. Sometimes you don't need to argue, you can just talk in a friendly way. But you need to work out where the ontology will fit. It's a bit like building the Long Island Railroad, I guess. Before you build a new before you extend the railway line further out, you need to talk to the people who live there and take measurements, work out what will fit. Now, people who build ontologies today, or they'll use Claude, of course. And Claude will give them an ontology. It will look very posh. It could be even BFO conformant, but it won't have done what you have to do if you're going to build the Long Island Railroad. And then we use other argumentative techniques. So my favorite argumentative technique is humiliation. You point to the mistake that some clever computer ontologist thinks that he's the mistake that he's making, and you point out the mistake in public. This works extremely well. It's been one of the main reasons why I have the status that I have, such as it is. And I still have friends also. All right, this is an example which you can use to practice ridicule as an argumentative technique. And I won't go into this any further, but just bear this in mind. All right, so this is now the history of ontology. We started with Aristotle. Aristotle created something called Philosophia Perennis, which means the perpetual philosophy. And it was indeed an ontology, a very big and ambitious ontology, which had the marketing advantage that it was adopted by the Catholic Church, which meant that it dominated all of education until around the 17th or 18th century. So this was a time when the world truly did have a single ontology enterprise. And it had its good aspects and its bad aspects. But I'm going to talk about its good aspects, the first of which, as we will see, or one of the first, that there was some amazing work being done in the Middle Ages, but the first of the ontologies that we will deal with is the ontology work of Linnaeus. Then we have Stanford in the 1970s, where the word ontology first began to be used by computer scientists, the most important of whom was Patrick Hayes, who was a friend of McCarthy. Tom Gruber was a member of that group, and he is responsible for the Siri app in your iPhone, which is an ontology app, and probably the most commonly used commercially available ontology app. And then, in parallel to what was going on in Stanford, in part, we had activity in Central Europe by Frege and Tarski and other people you've never heard of, but you will hear from me in a minute. And then we have activities in Cambridge, England, around the Human Genome Project. And we had Turing and various other things, which are, of course, important for all of this, but we'll come to that in a minute. All right, so this is Aristotle. And he was the world's first ontologist. He gave lecture notes, which were collected in the standard collection of Aristotle's works after the lecture notes on physics. And so these lecture notes were called the metaphysics, which means the lecture notes after the physics. And we now use the word metaphysics more or less as a synonym of the word ontology. And then he had a theory of categories, and he had also the world's first database, which was a database of 158 constitutions of the various city-states and island states around Greece. Unfortunately, 157 of these constitutions were lost, but the Constitution of Athens survives, and also enough survives of Aristotle's main contribution to ontology, other than his theory of categories, which is his ontology of constitutions. So there are, well, I'll give you the big version and then we can talk more quickly. So there are true constitutions, which are for the good of all, and then there are perverted constitutions, which are for the good of one section of the public. So you can put that in your pipe and smoke it. And And then we'll jump 19 centuries or so. As I say, the Middle Ages had some amazingly good ontologists, but we need to move quickly. So Linnaeus created a hierarchy of animal types, and this is a fragment of it. It was using Aristotle's methods. Everybody in the 18th century, every scientist was using Aristotle's methods. This was the perennial philosophy, remember. And his work was important in a number of different ways. So universal naming standards are important for science in just the same way that universal ontology standards are important for ontology, as we shall see. And then a shared hierarchical classification system made large-scale comparative biology possible and opened the door for Darwin to work out the idea of common descent. And so this is Aristotle's categories organized in a hierarchy, as you see, with substance at the top. And this is a slightly larger version of the same. And for Aristotle, the main category is substance, which means an organism. And there are instances of man, cat, ox, which are universals. And these instances are such that they can be grouped together under the headings corresponding to the universals, man, cat, and ox. All human beings are doing this kind of categorization all the time. Aristotle formalized the idea of categorization. But he added a second dimension, which is very important for BFO, as we shall see. The second dimension, which he calls accidental. So man can have a headache. He doesn't always have a headache. This particular headache in this particular man is an instance of the universal headache. And this is the closest you'll get to rocket science in this lecture. So just think about it for 5 seconds before I move on, because if you get this, then the golden doors of ontology will open before you. All right. So now Franz Brentano, I mentioned Central Europe a few minutes ago. Franz Brentano arranged Aristotle's categories like this. He used everything that Aristotle used, but he created this diagram, which is even closer to the BFO diagram that we're going to encounter later on. And Brentano described himself as Aristotle's favorite son. So this is in the late 19th century. He was after Kant, but he didn't care for Kant, unlike nearly all other German language philosophers of the time. And one of his most important student by far is Edmund Husserl, who coined the term formal ontology in 1913 and created the world's first formal ontology in our modern sense, albeit a very small ontology, which included mereology, simple mereology, which means a simple theory of parts and wholes with axioms, and also a theory of dependence relations, which is very important later on, as we'll see. And then he had some important followers who applied this formal ontology and also material ontology or domain ontology to areas like psychology, law, and speech act theory. And this material we will encounter again when we deal with the ontology of law. All right, now there was a Polish branch of the Brentano school, which included this gentleman, Roman Ingarden, who was Husserl's greatest student, and he created a gigantic formal and material and existential ontology in a 3-volume work, which was published in Polish and then in German long, long ago, and no one read it, in the German edition anyway. And only recently was it translated into English, and this is it says volume 8 here, but volume 2. Volume 3 is still not published in English, but it wasn't finished by Ingarden, so volume 1 is available. All right, so we have this Polish branch, Leszniewski was influenced by Husserl a little bit in his formal mereology. Also, uh, Tarski was influenced by Leszniewski. He was a student within this Twardowski-Leszniewski line. And now we have a fuller picture. So Frege, Whitehead, and Russell and Turing, of course, are important. Quine will turn out to be important. This is for the history of ontology. So the modern ontology starts with Quine on the one hand and Ingarden, or BFO on the other hand. And Tarski comes in there in obvious ways. And Aristotle is out at the back smiling, and Kant doesn't need to be mentioned at all, actually. All right, so and now this gives you GoFi, good old-fashioned AI. Ontology and AI have the same mother. I were born in the same womb at the same time. And so this is the birth of computational ontology in Stanford in the 1970s. So Patrick Hayes was a young Englishman, a philosophy student, interestingly, who out of the blue from England or somewhere wrote to John McCarthy with some ideas, and McCarthy invited him to come to Stanford immediately on the next plane. And so he began working with McCarthy and created something called the Naive Physics Manifesto, and then the first ontology in the modern sense on the computational side, which he called the Ontology for Liquids. The Naive Physics Manifesto is a manifesto for building artificially intelligent robots. The idea is that you want to build, this was the salad days in America. Every restaurant had a salad bar. And so you had to, if you were building a robot, the most important job is to build a robot that can buy salad. So it needs to know about money, about tomatoes, about appropriate pressure in squeezing tomatoes when you pick them out of the salad bar and so on. And so he built an axiomatization of the common sense knowledge that a human being would need to have in order to do things like buy salad. And along the way, of course, you have to buy a drink. And so he built the ontology of liquids. I'm simplifying somewhat here, but this was great work. So Ingarden, this is maybe irrelevant, but Ingarden was the first impulse on my part to become an ontologist. Patrick Hayes was the second, and in a way, by far the more important part. All right. I never met Patrick Hayes, at least not then. I think I did meet him once later on. He was somewhat unfriendly, but never mind. All right, now, why did he use the term ontology? Well, Hayes was a philosophy student. And in philosophy at that time, the work of Quine was very important. Quine was one of the leaders of mainstream analytic philosophy in the Anglo-Saxophone world. So Quine had this idea of ontological commitment, where you work out the ontology of something by examining what the experts in that something believe in. That's not quite exactly right, but it's a good halfway approximation. The more technical way of putting it would be, you imagine physics. Physics is about the world. It's the best we have. You formalize physics using first order logic. In first order logic, you quantify over certain variables. And what you quantify over is what exists. To be is to be the value of a variable. So there are things like rabbits, because you quantify over them when you do biology. But there is no thing like rabbithood, because you don't quantify over rabbithood when you do biology. Now, you remember Aristotle made a distinction of four category ontology between individuals like rabbits and universals like rabbithood. Quine deleted the universals. Now, Hayes extends Quine's idea from physics to common sense. So Hayes was interested in folk ontology because he wanted to build a robot who could emulate human beings in doing things like buying salads. And so he was aiming to axiomatize human common sense. And this was called naive physics or folk physics or qualitative physics at the time. And during the last 3 decades of the 20th century, it was indeed a very valuable and intense activity to create naive physics among a certain group of computationally interested scientists. And you can find 800 pages, I think, of papers by these people. The whole thing failed. It died. It didn't work. GoFi didn't work. And so this is from Patrick Hayes's ontology of physics. So it's about things like falling and wetting and spreading and flowing and being still, dewdrops and all of that. And so these are the features of Hayes's ontology. It's formulated in first order logic. It had a huge number of predicates, a never ending number of predicates. That's why it fails, because you never end. There are too many predicates. It represented types in the sense that there were both continuance and occurrence. So bodies of water, which are still and flowing. And it's realism. This is the one truly good thing about Patrick Hayes. It's realist. He's not talking about the data. He's not talking about the beliefs. He's talking about the things in the world which are flowing. It's built by hand, not by a machine. There was a practical application, robotics, but it failed. It failed. The whole thing failed. Now, Psych is another example. Doug Leonard, a little bit later, started Psych, which is short for encyclopedia, which was meant to be a massive database of human common sense facts, such as the fact that Mary enjoyed an immaculate conception, which is a common sense fact according to Psych. And the features of Psych are, again, it's formulated in fall. Early versions were built by hand. Later, they let AI build bits of it, and it exploded densitification-wise. But all the way along, it had both true and false beliefs, which were included in it, in microsystems to avoid having the whole thing collapse. There was a practical application, namely helping computers now to reason like people. It survived for 42 years, bloody hell. But, and I know something about this from experience, there are still very few signs of success. So what about post-Stanford? Here we have all this wonderful stuff, which makes the tradecraft that we are going to pursue in Buffalo, going to continue to pursue in Buffalo, possible. Now, this is the linked open data mushroom cloud. And just to give you some idea of what happens when people build ontologies without being controlled. All right. So now the second chapter in this history is about how ontology was reinvented in biology. And so the Human Genome Project was the big thing from 1990 to 2003. And the Gene Ontology was built as part of that for reasons which I will explain in a minute. And the Gene Ontology was so successful that people started building ontologies around the Gene Ontology for all kinds of interesting and useful things. This is Michael Ashburner, who was the leader of the Gene Ontology group, the Eminence Grise. And this is another one of those arms. So he had 2 arms. And this is me again. Now, he looks as if he's already, I mean, him on the left, looks as if he's already achieved world domination, which he did actually, because the Gene Ontology was the successful ontology product of the Human Genome Project, and it still goes from strength to strength. actually 28 years later. So the idea was that you have the new genomic data, which is being created all over the world in different repositories, but they all do it slightly differently. They all use different terms for different species and different disciplines. And so you need to make all of these genome repositories somehow be able to share their data. That was a big problem. Now, I have what's the word? A hankering to see how Claude and ChatGPT deal when they try to map something. So I asked Claude to show me how these repositories look when they're arranged in a map. And this is what I got, which is in a way better than what ChatGPT could do. This is ChatGPT's version. It makes me cry, actually. That ChatGPT drew this map of the Holy Roman Empire, which puts Rome in the Mediterranean. But anyway, how do you do biology across the genome? How do you link the kinds of phenomena represented here to data like this? The answer, and this was in 1998 in a pub in Montreal, the answer provided by Michael Ashburner when he said, the fly people, he was a fly person, which means he was part of the team which decoded the fly genome. The human people, the fish people, and the mouse people, they got together, four of them in a pub, and they sketched a controlled vocabulary for the main types of attribute of gene products, which means of proteins created by genes. And they declared that they would force all of their colleagues in each of those species-centric disciplines to use this controlled vocabulary. And it worked. It created a common way of describing the attributes of gene products which were being discovered and used for medical and biological purposes all over the world. Now, this is a fragment of the gene ontology. Part of it is about biological processes, which include signaling, single organism processes, and so on. And there are, I don't know, I think 40,000 nodes in the gene ontology today. And these nodes are terms which represent entities in the world. So the big difference between realist ontology of Patrick Hayes on the one hand and the gene ontology on the other hand, and the ontologies created by database-oriented people, is that realist ontologies are built to represent the entities in the world, where data-focused ontologies are built to represent the data we have. And that's why they have such a short half-life, because as soon as you bring in new data, they fail. All right, so the Go provides a controlled vocabulary to describe experimental data, which is used across species, across disciplines, across the country of origin of the data, and so on. So it contributed in much the same way that Linnaeus's hierarchy of animal types contributed to the cumulativity of scientific results across the world. And in this respect, it's a bit like kilograms and meters and seconds. You can't do science unless you have a common top-level ontology of units of measurement. Everybody knows that. There is no special Italian ontology of units of measurement anymore. All right, and now Go is really fantastically successful. Now, in 2002, I received a grant from the German government via the Humboldt Foundation to establish a research institution on a topic of my choosing. And like an idiot, I chose medical information science. I already knew about doing ontology for geography, as it happens, and I wanted to apply what I'd learned in a new area. I didn't know the damn thing about medicine. So I had a problem, and the problem was solved when somebody by accident introduced me to the gene ontology, and I realized that this was the bee's knees. This was the place where I needed to work. And so I studied the gene ontology, and I realized that it was indeed the most successful, the most promising, the most valuable artifact than one could imagine if one wanted to study medical ontology. But of course, I should have called my institute Biomedical Ontology, because it was already the case that medicine had become biomedicine because of all the biological data, which was so relevant for new ways of approaching medical issues. And at the same time, however, I also noticed, and this was almost certainly not because any of the people working on the gene ontology had any knowledge of Kant or any other German philosopher. They made mistakes. They made a lot of mistakes. And I gossiped, or I'm told anyway, the gene ontology heard my complaints about the mistakes in the gene ontology. And so they agreed to meet with me in Leipzig in 2004 at a conference called The Formal Architecture of the Gene Ontology. And some of my quasi friends on the data science-driven ontology side said to me, oh, that will be a short meeting then, because of course they saw the gene ontology as being, because it wasn't built by database people, it was built by biologists. They saw it as being informal in every possible respect, which is not true. It was formal in many respects, just not in all respects. So at this meeting, I gave the final talk, which was called Stop. And I went through the gene ontology showing how they made mistakes. So lytic vacuole within a protein storage vacuole, they said, is a protein storage vacuole. That's wrong. It's a logical mistake. And extrinsic to membrane, part of membrane, that's wrong. Again, it's a logical mistake. And there are dozens and dozens of these mistakes. Then they have examples of functions. And tooth enamel, it turns out, is a function. That can't be right. That's an ontological mistake. And it's actually a very interesting ontological mistake, but we won't deal with it in any great degree. These should not have been classified as functions by the go, at least not in this wording. All right, now, and then circularity, hemolysis, they defined as the processes that cause hemolysis. And that's a mistake. So what happened? Well, I won't go into the intelligibility issue. The definitions were often all over the place. Even though they're biologically correct, they are not logically well formulated definitions. And sometimes the definitions just give you a bit of extra information at the end, which spoils the logical character of the definition in a fateful way. So I gave a presentation. This was humiliation in public to all the leading members of the gene ontology community. They all came to this meeting. And this is one principle that they fail to follow. And this is another definition where they get things wrong, and so on and so on. And I'm going the wrong direction, that's why. So now, Michael Ashburner shook my hand after the talk. He was an Englishman, I should say. Anyway, he shook my hand after the talk and he said, Barry, I will put you in charge of the logic of the gene ontology, but in return, you have to promise that you will never criticize the gene ontology in public. And so I said, yes. And at that point, I became a leading figure in the ontology world of biomedicine. And when Michael Ashburner gave talks about how to build an ontology, as for instance here, this is the slides from this meeting, then he would say at the end of the talk that if you don't know what to do next, call Barry Smith. That was I was the person of last resort if people had problems in building an ontology. All right, now, one thing that you learn if you spend any time in the ontology world for long periods is that as soon as an ontology is successful, it brings failure in its wake. And that's because ontologists are supposed to break down silos. But as soon as you have a successful ontology, lots of people will want to have an ontology of their own, which they will create in their own way. They'll do something new to get paid, for instance. And then the silos that have been eliminated by the good ontology are then reformed in a different shape by all the new ontologies that people are building around the world. And this has happened over and over again. And in order to try and prevent this from happening, as part of an effort to also to increase the sophistication of the treatment of data in the biological and biomedical worlds, the National Institute of Health invested a large amount of money in something called the National Center for Biomedical Ontology, which had three groups who were its members. The biologists around Michael Ashburner, the computer people around Mark Musen, who was the center of the ontology world in Stanford Medical School, which I mentioned earlier. The biologists in England and in Berkeley were using their own tailor-made database software, very, very simple, built for use by biologists in the jungle when they were observing the mating behavior of gorillas. An OWL was built, as we know, by computer scientists for the computer science GOFI world and what was left of it. And me, basically. And it worked for 10 years. It split. The biologists using Go split from the computer people in Stanford. There was a war, family fights. Anyway, it split and it failed, but it bore one fruit of a sort, which is the bioportal, which is a website where you can find ontologies, and it's useful. There are now other websites which do the same business, which are useful in slightly different ways, but the bioportal is certainly useful. And so if you put the term obesity in bioportal, then you get these ontologies, which include obesity in their term lists. And this will show you, so this is what you see on the first screen, and then you go to the second screen, and the third screen, the fourth screen. All of these are ontologies which have obesity, and most of them are independent of each other. They don't use the same definition. As you can see, some of them have no definition at all. That they don't have any format for creating definitions, and it's going on and on and on. Truncal obesity and experimental factor ontology obesity and so on. So this is linked open data gone mad. This is just biology and medicine, remember. And there are already way too many ontologies. There are probably 600 by now, 600 ontologies. And this is wrong. Something went wrong. And so the question is, how do you extend the gene ontology into other areas of biology and medicine without creating incompatible ontology silos? And the answer is the hub and spokes approach. And this means that you put BFO in the middle and you make all ontologies descend from BFO in this way. And with this, I'm going to stop in case John Beverley has something procedural to say.
Well, we do have just a few minutes.
You want me to go on a bit longer, or you want me to
Or you
throw
can
it
take
open?
questions. We can take questions. You do have a period in a few minutes, so there's going to be a 15-minute break, and then you have another talking slot. So there's
Yeah.
plenty more
So
time
then we
for you.
go on at the second slot. Since I'm just about to move into the World Ontology Enterprise slides. So
Okay,
if there are people with burning questions who want to actually speak those questions, then they should put their hand up.
go for it. All right,
So
Victor.
Victor, 'fire away. I
You might
can't hear
want
you, Victor.
to unmute yourself, Victor, if you got a question.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, great. I couldn't help but notice that the whole time there's sort of a redheaded stepchild perspective of the data people. But then the very last slide is like the classic data architecture for data integration with hub and spoke. And I guess I ask myself, and I continually ask when I'm looking at ontologies, if there are many lessons to be learned from how data integration has been done over the last 20 to 30 years, and trying to either take it as a hybrid or use it as a foundational construct to actually build ontologies. So,
Yes. So this is actually a central issue, but also in the approach to these matters by John and myself, since I think John and I have slightly different views on this. So my view is that we should keep the number of ontologies small, to use a technical term. His view is that if people have what seems like a good ontology or an ontology which has a lot of users, then we should try and build some kind of bridge between the ontologies within the Foundry-like structure that you see on the screen here and and which would remain outside the Foundry-like structure. I want the ontology which is outside to be reformed and brought inside. And then you explain to the authors of the outside ontology why that is necessary and why they will be in a better position if that happens. Where John is happy to create the mapping.
and I guess I've got my foot in each camp because I don't want to upset anybody, but I also agree with both of you at the same time. And that is my experience historically is that you would build it and include everyone initially, and then you would make a concerted effort to essentially borg them all into the center.
Yeah.
So you have first address the operational need, and then slowly over time, as you perfect the ontological model, bring the ancillary ones in so you're not dealing with, in quotes with dot,
Yeah.
dot, dot after, right? And my 2 cents, I'm sorry for.
I think the advantage in the biology domain is that we were building the ontologies almost from scratch. And so we could build them to fit. So Anatoly, you have a question.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Smith, for a very interesting lecture. You have described the proliferation of various potentially disconnected ontologies as a linked open data mushroom cloud. I also noticed that you focused your view on ontology and philosophy around Aristotle. I am woefully ignorant, I must confess, so I'm going to ask an extremely stupid question. There is also another tradition in philosophy, the Wittgensteinian tradition, where Wittgenstein describes meaning of words, if I understand him correctly, of course, based on the language in the games, based on the usage of the words, meaning that the meaning of the word or a category is derived from how this word or category is being used. From this point of view, the multitude of ontologies can be explained as a consequence of the multitude of the language games that people are playing with them. What do you think about such a view? What do you think about a relationship of Wittgenstein's language philosophy as per Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus
Yes,
for
so
ontology engineering? Thank you.
So there are two worlds here. One world is the world of science. The other world is the world of everyday conversation. And everyday conversation in different contexts, so that different games are being played with language along the lines you described. Now, in science, we needed to have an international standard system of units. We can't view the ways in which people document their measurement activities as being a game. It's far too serious for that. I want to have ontology be viewed like the international standard system of units. It's doing science is not a game. It presupposes common conventions in all sorts of areas, not just measurement units, but many other sorts of areas. Now, where the limits of that are, I'm not sure. That one of the areas where ontology is in fact relatively slow to develop is linguistics. We have no good ontology of language at the moment. And that may be a sign that there are areas of activity where the ontology approach loses its grip, which would mean that you're partially right in what you say, but also mainly wrong.
And with that, very interesting questions. I have a feeling some of these are going to come up later in the debates that Barry and I have. To great effect, no doubt. We're going to take a 15-minute break. Well, not 15. We're going to pause until 10:30. Barry's going to pick back up then. We're going to go into a little more depth on some of the BFO ecosystem. And yeah, we'll see you then. We'll keep the Zoom open. If you have questions, comments, concerns, compliments, drop them in. Also, head over to the discussion board and introduce yourselves if you have a minute and haven't already, and post any questions or technical issues you're observing over there if you have them. Talk soon.
Dr. Smith, are you available for a question or are you on break?
One quick question, yeah.
I was thinking earlier you were talking about the use of AI, and I commented when you were speaking, I think on Friday at that committee meeting, you gave your presentation. But I wonder if the use of sort of a comprehensive systems engineering front end in front of the AI is actually what's missing. I think that when we talk about ontologies, then say, oh, gee, we put it into Claude, but Claude can't do anything. It isn't already parameter based, right? But in systems engineering, you spend an awful lot of time doing requirements, right? There's focus groups and traceability and N2 diagrams and causal diagrams and all kinds of stuff that you're creating up front. And then you sort of bring that all together. And then you say, okay, it's engineering time. And I think engineering times where you sort of drop in something like Claude and say, well, now that I've selected all this, synthesize it for me because it's just easier for you to do it than it is for me to do it. And then when it comes out of the other side, now I'll validate it and correct it. So,
actually, we are moving quite strongly at the moment into the systems engineering direction. So there'll be a section on systems engineering later in this program. I think it's tomorrow, but it may be Wednesday. So I have had exactly the same insight that you described at the beginning of your comment just now.
Okay, interesting. All right, well, thank you. Sorry for interrupting a break.
Thanks. Hello, everybody. 1 minute.
Hello.
Yeah. So 1 minute till. Well, no, right. Perfect on time. Barry, the floor is now yours again. Apologies.
Very good. So hub and spokes approach. The idea is that we put BFO at the top or at the hub. And it was built to serve this purpose as a basis for the Go, given the success of the Go at the time when BFO appeared. It was partly built on the basis of what I knew about Dolce, the Italian ontology, which I mentioned earlier, but a lot of it was new in the sense that it was a kind of reverse engineering of the structure of the Go. So the Go has three sub-ontologies: cellular component, molecular function, biological process. And you can see them arranged now in what we call the OBO Foundry. That's Open Biological and Biomedical Ontologies Foundry. So the gene ontology comes in three different places. And the outline at the top here is basically the core of BFO. So there are continuants. Independent continuants are things such as molecules. Dependent continuants are attributes such as functions and qualities, and occurrence are processes such as mating behavior. And this is the paper documenting the founding of the OBO Foundry. And the reverse engineering process just looks like this. So Go has three parts, And so we need a material entity part, a process part, and a function part. And if we worked out the generalities at issue, if we're going to do justice not just to go phenomena, but to diseases and anatomy and so forth, then we came up with this structure. And that is the basis of BFO. I'm going to talk about parts of this next, but I'm not going to talk about all of it. What you don't see here are time-related entities, space-related entities, and various subcategories. For instance, of material entity, we have objects, but we also have certain kinds of object parts, and we have certain kinds of collections of objects. These are areas which we will discuss in some of the sessions in the future, particularly the sessions on law and systems, including systems engineering, which take place later in this 5-day monster. All right, so I'm going to talk about roles, dispositions, functions, and capabilities, all of which are visible here. Except capabilities, which is a special case, as we shall see. So this is a BFO again. You can see the functions are special sorts of dispositions, and both dispositions and roles are what we call realizables. What that means is that they don't have to be realized. You can have the disposition to cough, but you have a good cough medicine, and so you don't cough. You still have the disposition. That's the key to understanding disease, incidentally. Disease is a disposition. So realizable entities include dispositions. Dispositions depend on the physics of the bearer of the disposition. The reason why you have a disposition to cough is because there's something wrong with your throat. Roles have to do with assignments, with authority, with the social world, not with the physical world. So I have the role of speaker now. I also have a disposition to speak. It's a good thing that I have a disposition to speak, given that I have the role of speaker. But John would be very, very disappointed if he gave me the role of speaker and then I didn't speak. All right, so in other words, roles are externally grounded, dispositions are internally grounded. They are a matter of what goes on inside your body. And the realizations of roles are processes in BFO. So every entity type, and I'm using the word type now as a synonym of Aristotle's word universal. So every realizable universal is associated with some BFO process universal. So the disposition to go bald is associated with the process of losing hair and so on. Now we have dispositions, functions, and roles. Here are some examples. In the middle there, we have capabilities. You can think of capabilities as good dispositions, dispositions which it's nice to have, but which are less than functions. Functions are things which you are built to realize. And when I say you, I mean something like your heart. Your heart was built to pump blood. Your capability to, you were not built to have the capability of speaking. It's a disposition. It's nice to have, but it's not your raison d'être in the way in which pumping is the raison d'être of your heart. All right, now we're going to talk mainly about dispositions. Roles we'll come back to in a later section when we deal with law and organizations and other such social structures. So dispositions are real possibilities, tendencies, potentials, powers. Functions are a subtype of dispositions, as we shall see. And dispositions are found everywhere in the natural world, where we find roles only among organisms and primarily among human organisms. And this is the picture again. And there is a paper here on functions in basic formal ontology, which will go into the details. The details rest on the fact that the definition of function has been a philosophical problem addressed by many clever philosophers in recent decades, and it's a very, very difficult matter to get clear about. And BFO gets clear about it in part by force majeure. In other words, we lay down the rules. And we try and express those rules in a simple way, which users of BFO will understand. So a function is a special kind of disposition, namely, it's that kind of disposition that an object was designed or selected for. So you have a heart because your ancestors back, I don't know, 400 generations needed something to oxygenate the rest of their body. And so the heart was evolved slowly from incipient pump-like parts of your body. I don't know what the story is, but something like that. And if you have a pump which you buy from the supermarket, then that was designed and built by the makers of the pump to pump. That's the reason why you have the pump. And the reason why you have the screwdriver is because somebody designed and built a particular device for driving screws. And if you use a USB stick, the end of a USB stick to drive a very, very big screw, that doesn't mean that your USB stick has the function of driving screws. It means that you're making a mistake. So functions are associated always with a type of process whose instances are the realizations of the function. And functions are permanent in the following sense: as long as the bearer has the real possibility of realizing the function, then the bearer still has that function. If you have a pump in your attic which is covered in rust, but which, if you worked hard, you could switch on and make work again, then it's still a pump which has the function of pumping. If you bury the pump in concrete, provided you can unbury it and switch it on and it will work, it still has the function. If, however, it gets crushed under a 10-ton boulder so that there's no way in which you will re-establish its ability to function, its disposition, then you have destroyed its function. All right, two kinds of function: biological, lungs, designed, laptops. And these are the things which can have functions. It's a big question whether organisms can have functions, but certainly bodily systems like your digestive system have functions. All machines, all artifacts have functions. Organizations have functions. Maybe a queen bee has a function, but we won't address that here. Many, many more kinds of entities can have capabilities. So you and I have many capabilities. And a rock that you find in the jungle has a capability to help you defend yourself against a jungle beast. But it doesn't have the function of doing that. It doesn't have any function, in fact. And so on. So groups of people have functions. Sorry, have capabilities, but they don't have functions. So how do we define capability? This is a very difficult question, which took us a long time to reach agreement. And there are many near synonyms of capability. We want to define the term capability in such a way that all of these near synonyms will be sub-universals of the universal capability. So a capacity will be a special kind of capability. For instance, the capability to contain, for instance, 100 centiliters of red wine or something. And there are other related terms which we hope we can define once we have a good definition of capability. And then there are negative counterparts of these terms, which again, BFO will need to be able to define in a logically coherent way. This is the fate of BFO, that it needs to be able to define all of these general terms, because all of these general terms can be used in some area where BFO is being applied. Now, capabilities are like functions. They come in two parts. There are evolved capabilities and designed capabilities. But where functions are a matter of how an entity comes into existence, so that the entity has that function at the very point where it comes into existence, capabilities can be acquired at a later stage, as when you learn a new language or a new skill, or where you select something to put to use. So you select a particularly nice looking stone to be a doorstop, for instance. And now there is a counterpart of capability on the side of roles. So the judge has the authority to sentence an accused person. That's a role of the judge. But it goes hand in hand with the capability of the judge when the judge practices the act of sentencing, which is a function of the physics of the judge's larynx and diaphragm and throat and so on. Now, there are many more capabilities than functions, infinitely many more. So your car has the function to transport people, but it has the capability to transport people safely, to drive for 10,000 miles without and so forth. Every function is a capability. If your car has the function to transport people, then it also has the capability to transport people. This is part of what the philosophical slogan ought implies can means. And every capability is a disposition. So we have a picture like this. And they have role-like counterparts. So there are functional roles and capability roles, but we don't need to deal with that at the moment. Now, what is the definition of capability? And this is what took all the work, and it's not a nice definition. We're not proud of it, but we can't find anything better. So the reason why this pen in my hand has a capability is because it's in my interest to have a pen which I can use to write. And if the pen ceased to have the capability to write, then that would mean it would lose the disposition to write, which would mean it couldn't write in any way. And so we're going to say not just that a disposition means the realization is such that I or some group of organisms have an interest in its realization, but also it could be that just that some group had an interest and that all of the members of that group are dead. The entity still has the capability. It's just that there's no one around to exploit it. This is a bit strange, but we have to do it this way in order to keep the logic flowing. So if a part of an organism has a function, then that organism has an interest in the realization of that function. Hence, that organism has that capability. If anyone can find a counterexample to this, they will win a large reward. Now, the interesting thing is that there are unknown capabilities. In fact, you have many capabilities which you don't know about. An example which I like is the capability that FedEx had to perform logistics. They performed logistics very well for years without realizing that they had that capability. As soon as they realized it, they formed a spin-off company called FedEx Logistics, which was just devoted to logistics. So this is just a fact. There are things we can have interest in, the realization of, without knowing about them. And then we're not going to put capability in BFO. It falls between function and disposition, but it has problems. And this is the core problem. I'm not talking now about Beverley, I hope. But supposing we have somebody who has the property that they can kill random people without feeling conscience, then this is a capability from the point of view of the mafia, but not from the point of view of the average observer. So this kind of double valuedness of the capability mark means that capability is somehow not an objective feature of reality. And so we're not going to put it into BFO. But we might find a narrower definition, which we might call real capability, which we would put into BFO. Might. All right. And then some people think habits are capabilities. That is not the case. This is a picture of the entirety of BFO, which you can't really read. So you can see now that it is more complicated than the role disposition part. A lot of the stuff in the bottom is time and space. There's really nothing on top of what I've said about sites, which are places where objects can live, for instance, a rabbit hole or a room in a building, or and so forth. And then there are subtypes of process, but there's nothing new here on top of what you've already seen. All right, now the world's ontology ecosystem. I'm going to go a bit more slowly here. So we have the junk in the world that we would have if we didn't have the international system of units, because we'd have Paris leagues and Berlin inches and so forth, and nobody would be able to communicate their data. And all right, so why do ontologies fail? First of all, they fail because there are too many of them. So for an ontology to be useful, it has to be used to categorize or annotate several important bodies of data. If an ontology is not used by anybody, it's useless. It's like a golden telephone system, which has the most wonderful wiring, and if they still have wiring, most wonderful semiconductors and so forth, but it doesn't have any subscribers. Then your telephone system is useless. It's worse than nothing. And similarly with an ontology which doesn't have users. And if the users of your ontology are just your students or just your friends, and I'm not now talking about EMMO necessarily. If your ontology doesn't have users, then it's not. It shouldn't be there. You shouldn't be promoting it. This is one of the rules of the OBO Foundry from the very beginning. To become part of the OBO Foundry, which is a privilege, you have to have a multiplicity of independent users. And now, another reason for ontology failure is that it's built independently of the existing ontologies. In a skiff, maybe, without talking to anybody in any other skiff. And that just leads to the pluralization of ontologies that creates the silo problems that we have already talked about. It should be strongly interoperable with all its neighboring ontologies. And that's the hub and spokes architecture at work. It shouldn't have a short half-life. So as I say, the Go now has existed for 28 years. It had a lot of users from the very start. Within days of being proposed, it was being discussed by all the friends of Michael Ashburn and of his friends and so forth. Just because he was so influential. And he was argumentative. Persuasive, I guess, is the better word. It should have good documentation, should have good training, and it should rest on a small number of common principles which everyone accepts, and it should conform to commonly accepted quality assurance standards. So if you fail in any of these, then you're likely to fail as an ontology. Most of these ontologies so not everything on the right-hand side here is an ontology, but most of the ontologies that were on the right-hand side in 2009 no longer exist, or they no longer have users. In some cases, they no longer have web presence. Many of the users of Dolce, and this is one of the problems with Dolce, is that there are indeed web addresses to point to those users, but they all break. Or they are broken, should I say. Okay, so now that is to say, John and I, and various people who we work with, are staking a very strong claim. All ontologies should conform to basic formal ontology as their top-level ontology. So this is a strict equivalence between BFO and the International Standard System of Units. It's also a little bit equivalent to the standard called Aviation English, which is compulsory for all pilots and all air traffic control personnel and I'm sure other people too. So it's a kind of linguistic constraint. It's trying to stop the language games that were discussed a few minutes ago in the interval. And the rationale for choosing BFO, well, it should be clear by now, but these are some of the important features. It's very small, which means that it's easy to teach. In the following sense, it's easy to teach how to use it. It's not so easy to teach how to manage it over time, since with the growth in science and the growth in AI and so forth, we are going to need to extend BFO. And the extension is very difficult because of the good thing that it has many, many users over many, many years. That means that if we change it, some people are going to get angry. And so we have to point our changes in two directions. And also, it's already linked through software and through URIs to many domain ontologies. So there are many, many domain ontologies which use BFO, and if we change BFO in such a way as to disturb all of those links, that will create problems for many, many people. And so changes need to be very, very simple, and they need to apply almost always, or perhaps always, to the outskirts of BFO rather than to anything in the center. All right, now, one reassuring side of this story, however, is that many domain ontologies are already trivially conformant to BFO. So if the only thing you deal with in your ontology is behaviors, then you're already conformant to BFO because you're conformant to the one child of BFO that is of concern to you, which is the child called process. And there are various intriguing passages in papers where people build a new ontology and they say, we are going to use Dolce to build our ontology because when we looked at BFO, we saw that it had all of these other things which we don't need. And they don't realize that they can use BFO just by using the parts that they do need. They don't need to go to an ontology which contains fewer parts. That's a mistake which we have maybe ourselves artifacted by not pointing it out. Now, one of the reasons why the Gene Ontology was so successful is because it had so many users and it was used and reused so systematically. So the Human Genome Project became swamped in all its aspects by the Gene Ontology, as I say, almost immediately. And then many other ontologies built around the Gene Ontology came little by little. There was at one stage an organization called GOBO, G-O-B-O, which was was involved in killing the acronym GOBO because it's so ugly, but it meant something like the General Ontology for Biomedical something. We changed it to OBO because it sounds nicer. But that was very early. GOBO existed way before the OBO Foundry, which is to say in around 1999 or thereabouts. The OBO Foundry was born in 2004. And now these are Aristotle's categories again. This is BFO. There are some similarities. BFO, yeah, Aristotle, if you remember, had four major categories. Primary or first particulars, second particulars, first, sorry, let me get this right. Yeah, that's right. And then first universals, second universals. So there are substance universals and there are accident universals, there are substance particulars and accident particulars. BFO has all four of those, but it has two more because you don't see process here. There is, at the one area where you see process is in activity or movement, but movement is a subtype in Aristotle's world of property, where for us activity and movement are separate from both objects and properties, or substances and accidents, as Aristotle would say. So this is how we do it. We have continuance, which are things which continue to exist, and occurrence, which are things which occur. And then we have independent continuance, such as objects. We have dependent continuance, such as the realizables we've talked about already. And then we have processes. And now, what should the future of ontology look like? How will it look if we do what I say? Well, there's something called product service systems, which are common in large-scale engineering. So the company GE used to sell engines. It doesn't sell engines anymore. It charges for the use of engines per hour of flying time. Some people would say that it sells thrust. And why does it do this? Well, GE's incentives and the customer's incentives, they're the same. They both want to minimize downtime for unscheduled maintenance. And then this gives GE a second order incentive. They want to learn about why engines fail so that they can design new and better engines. And so if they are in charge of monitoring the use of the engines, then they can learn how engines fail, and they can develop new algorithms to manage aircraft data so that they can make even better predictions about how engines will fail, and thereby produce better maintenance technology, which would be maintenance in advance of failure rather than post-failure. We in BFO want to do all of these things, not for engines, but for ontologies. So it was Rolls-Royce who advertised that they were selling thrust. So products for GE and for Rolls-Royce are a delivery mechanism for services. BFO is a delivery mechanism. It's a product. It's not a service. The service is a higher order thing. It means that we have a degree of responsibility for the full life cycle of the ontology. So when we give you BFO, we don't sell it, we give it to you. We want you to use it properly. We want you to, and many people, of course, use BFO improperly, which is a problem I will not address today. And in order to do that, we need to know how people are using it, and we need to be there to help them if they misuse it, which means we need to provide services, which we have been doing for years and years in a somewhat less systematic way than we are now initiating with the NCORE network, where services like credentialing will be provided in a much more systematic way. And that's why we need to have more people who are trained in our, not just in our degree programs, but more people who are trained in using BFO who already have the relevant degrees. And this is all going to be provided by the NCORE network. So, this is, there are in fact a number of papers on the ontology of product service systems, if anyone is interested. This is just one example. I didn't make up the idea of product service systems. All right, now what do Gene Ontology services consist in? Well, the users of the Gene Ontology have access to help. There is a helpline, and they are guaranteed a response within 48 hours. I'm not sure if weekends count that. And they create regular updates, and I'm told that the editor's version of the Gene Ontology is updated every 24 hours. That was what I heard at one stage. I don't know exactly how it is today. The ontology is easy to find, and everything is in the public domain. Now, this won't work for ontologies in every area, but wherever it's used, it should be easy to find by its users, even though it's not easy to find by everybody in the public. And the results should be easy to find, the results of using it, and people should know about those results of using it to see if they can get the similar benefit. And the Gene Ontology provides a set of evidence codes. Now, this is a little bit technical, but it goes something like this. Go is used to tag data. Now, when you tag data, you can you can say, this is an instance of X, where X is a Go term. It could be that you saw X being instantiated in your lab. You see the molecule splitting or something. And then you have the best kind of evidence. But it could be that you only heard somebody who saw the splitting, or it could be that you only read a paper about the splitting, and so on. And so the Gene Ontology provides evidence codes. In fact, they have an ontology of evidence in such a way that they can add these evidence marks to the annotations of the data that they perform. And they have teams of people whose full-time job is to read scientific papers and tag them with gene ontology codes, and in principle with other ontology codes. And then ensure sustainability by providing permanent IRIs and easy online access. All the versions should be always available because people used it in olden days, and we still may need to understand what they meant by X. And if the definition of X has been lost because we didn't have really permanent IRIs, then that would cause problems. And then providing assistance in creating and using the ontology. And the OBO Foundry has more services, so they help members of the OBO Foundry to maintain interoperability with other members. They help responding to the needs of users by helping them, that is to say, the makers of Ontology A, create new ontologies A, B, and C for 3 specialist communities. They create an open portal for all ontologies, including biomedical ontologies, which are not yet good enough to be accepted as OBO Foundry ontologies. They provide naming rules. So cell ontology is a properly named ontology. The gene ontology, unfortunately, is not properly named because it's not an ontology of genes. It's an ontology of the attributes of gene products, which is to say, where in the cell does a protein perform its molecular function and what biologically is downstream of that performing of that protein function. So that is what biologists need to know. And so that's the most important part of the ontological arsenal of biologists. And the other parts have been filled in, for instance, by the sequence ontology, which deals with gene sequences. All right, and then controlling the division of labor to make sure that every OBO ontology is put together with scientists who have associated expertise, contributing to the development of ontology software and maintaining a reliable license regime. And the BFO product service system tries to have all of those, or parallels of all of those, but we emphasize helping people to formulate definitions, re-engineer legacy domain ontologies so that they're BFO conformant. John Beverley here would add mapping legacy domain ontologies to BFO conformant counterparts. And I'm not going to be able to stop him doing that, I'm afraid, because he's a good cop. And providing dissemination, which is what this meeting is in part about, tracking issues, creating documents, training people, and providing training services and providing trained ontologists. So that they are the services that the BFO product service system is providing, and we're going to be providing them in a more focused and more efficient way in the future. Then we're going to be serving as liaison between different ontology communities, for instance, in Brazil or in Switzerland, and helping to organize collaborative ontology building efforts, negotiate agreements, align ontologies which are neighbors, ideally by making them one, or by creating a clearer boundary between the two, which is one of the things that I was responsible for oftentimes in the early days of the OBO Foundry. informing users in advance of proposed changes. We need software to do things like that, and providing software support for making changes in such a way that, again, people will automatically be informed, but also the changes will be checked from a number of points of view. And then reviewing the services provided by the BFO-based ontologies, by the communities who are building BFO-based ontologies. We should make sure that they are making good use of our services, but that they have services which are good for their users. All right, so then how do we promote? Remember, most ontologies have a short half-life. Most ontologies will be pushed into the waste heap quickly. Experience shows. And so, but building an ontology properly, it will involve a lot of effort. How can the users, and using an ontology will involve a lot of effort. You have to annotate your data. And this is so, I believe, even in an age where we have Claude and ChatGPT to play with, we're still going to have human control over what happens with the annotation of data using ontologies in the future. So how do we promote ontology sustainability? By providing ontology services and by creating ontology suites, with the argument that if we have large enterprises, we have all kinds of crossover effects. We have all kinds of neighbor effects, which will make the individual ontologies in the suite more sustainable than if they were individual ontologies all by themselves. And again, that proves itself. Not only is the Gene Ontology a very long-lived ontology whose usage is increasing from day to day, but so also are, I won't say many, but I will say several of the OBO Foundry ontologies. All right, so provision of services is required to give users confidence that the ontology will be reliably disseminated and maintained in the future. So we're going to be there even when John Beverley is no longer alive. All right, services are required for sustainability. So that is a big problem for ontology. Those people who are interested in using ontologies, because they are, in many cases, they very rapidly discover that the ontology that they want to use was not being kept up to date, or was not clearly documented, or has the wrong license. There are all kinds of reasons, and that the services we provide will solve problems like that. Now, I mentioned the Common Core ontologies. This is a collection of ontologies in the mid-level, which are in development, have been in development for some time, in such a way that they conform with basic formal ontology, and they have the same services provided to users that the basic formal ontology provides. And the Common Core ontologies, or the Common Core Ontology Ecosystem, is provided by the 11 boxes along the middle stripe there. And beneath it are some of the domain ontologies, which have been built on the basis of the Common Core ontologies. And now I don't think I need to go through any of this. I'll mention just a couple of the things at the bottom. So an ontology should have understandable definitions. It should be well formalized. It should be easily extendable by domain ontologies. So BFO is a hub. It was designed to be a hub, and so it's easily extendable. The CCO ontologies were not designed to be extendable, or their goal of being extendable is weaker than in the case of BFO. And so we need to work very hard to make the CCO ontologies extendable, and we do this by helping people to build extension ontologies. And we've done this, for instance, in great detail in the space ontology domain. And then the top level ontology that you choose should be quality controlled through aggressive review. Part of this meeting is designed to expose BFO and our goals, the goals associated therewith, to a large and we hope critical audience, so that flaws in our processes can be identified, or flaws in the ontology itself, of course, can be identified and made good. Subject to the caveat that the changes that we can make in the ontology itself are going to have to be very conservative, although over time they can become very interesting. And then one good way of quality controlling an ontology is through aggressive use and reuse in large numbers of enduring real world, which means non-toy application. So building a BFO ontology in Claude is not going to do it, ladies and gentlemen. And all right. Now, I'm not going to, maybe this is an old slide. So this is comparing BFO to some of the ontologies which were afoot probably 10 years ago now. And you see, research psych probably still exists. I won't talk about ISO 15926 because I will not, and I'll lose my temper. Highfleet died. OntoStep, I think it died. Sumo is still around and it has some boutique users. BFO is small, it's open, and it's top level. And Dolce has all of those qualities. But Dolce is rather poor when it comes to user documentation. So they write papers in journal articles, but they don't document books, for instance, which will tell you how to use Dolce. They have good technical documentation, but they make strong claims about it. For instance, that it was already finished in 1998, when in fact crucial parts were added later. So there are problems even with their technical documentation. So Dolce and Sumo have a trickle of users. With Dolce, it's hard to identify even one user. BFO has many users, which we document very, very carefully as far as we can. And both Dolce and BFO have domain ontology developers. In other words, they have people who use Dolce and BFO to develop domain ontologies. In the Dolce case, sometimes those domain ontologies are described in articles in journals, but it's very hard to find a case where the domain ontology is actually used to do things. And Dolce doesn't supply that kind of support. And now if we go to the bottom, Dolce, Sumo, and BFO have natural language definitions. Dolce and Sumo have WordNet mappings, so that I'm sure we could do that for BFO if we needed to do, but we haven't had the need. And BFO is stable. Dolce is not stable, and I could talk a lot about that to prove my point. Sumo is stable. BFO has an explicit license. Dolce, after all these years, still didn't realize that you have to license what you're doing if you are going to have it be used by, for instance, commercial organizations. And Sumo did pass this hurdle. But anyway, BFO wins on all points except the WordNet mapping. And I think that's the end. Yes. So I will now stop sharing, if I can do that.
Okay, and we'll open it up to questions. Folks have some questions for Barry. We've got about 14 minutes for that.
Good. John, I've got a question, and maybe you can help me.
Got a question
Pass it on to Barry.
Here, come on.
You were saying earlier that, okay.
Got a question in the room?
Yeah, so I was hoping that
Barry.
having people in the room would let me hear people laughing at my jokes, but I didn't hear a single.
Yeah.
We were laughing. Don't worry.
Okay.
Barry, John made a comment earlier this morning before we started the session that ontologies were popular at one time and I got the sense that he wasn't talking about a specific ontology, but ontologies in general fell out of fashion.
Yeah.
And I was hoping you could comment a bit on that.
Good. So there were ontology summers. So in Stanford in the 1970s, we had an ontology summer. But the failure of naive physics to help, for instance, robotics, or to help anything, was so obvious that the whole discipline crashed. And with that, the AI and the ontology associated with the Stanford 1970s generation also crashed. So we had a long ontology winter. Towards the end of the 20th century, ontology became fashionable again because of the growth, the DARPA support, the growth, the founding of the semantic net, semantic web, the creation of early versions of OWL. All of that led to ontology summer, but it was a catastrophe. If you look at the ontologies created by engineers in 2006, for instance, there are dozens of them. And every single one of them is a catastrophe, that it's just useless. Because they all thought, oh, it's easy to build an ontology. You just download Protégé and then you put things into it. But you need to think. Actually, that's rule number one of good ontology development. It's a one-word rule with an exclamation mark, which says think. People didn't think. EMMO isn't still not thinking. All right, and then, so we had another ontology winter. There was a time when the use of the O word was banned by the Air Force. You just were not allowed to say the word ontology, otherwise they'd throw you out of the room, because they were sick of all of these engineering ontologies built by data engineers. And now we're in another ontology summer, a huge ontology summer, because of agentic AI and other wonderful things. So this is maybe the peak. Maybe tomorrow it's going to crash. And I won't tell you what is going to crash, but
If I can add, there's just a little more meat to that. So the expert systems craze that went on, like in between the dawn of AI and now, people were very interested for a long time in using expert systems for like very specific kind of symbolic representations of tasks and diagnostics, like in medicine, to somewhat great success. Also, these were fragile models that they kind of needed updating. They couldn't handle causal statements very well. They couldn't handle abductive reasoning very well, which is the sort of thing you would want. Also, there was a method, like a mentality at the time, following on the semantic web, that we were going to map every single thing on the web in some formal way, which, is insane and kind of rubbed people the wrong way. We have learned from those mistakes. We are learning from those mistakes. So I'll talk later about specific tradecraft, but the tradecraft is kind of curated out of these failures.
So there was a very interesting question in the chat just now, which came on my screen, which said, how difficult is it for an organization to adopt BFO? So I've done this multiple times, I think always with success, at least initially. I didn't follow through. And I think we have enough people now to provide that service. It would depend very much on the complexity of the issue. So we were approached by a very, very large company, which I will not mention, who needed a supply chain ontology, a really big supply chain ontology covering really long supply chains. And we already had a supply chain ontology, already BFO conformant, which they could have used unproblematically, but they stopped contacting us. So at least
no, they didn't.
I know
we're still talking.
No, they
we'll
are still
after.
talking. So they're still not talking
we'll
to
talk
me
after.
anymore.
Yeah, we'll talk after.
But anyway, in many cases, they're not talking to anybody. And the reason for that, and I know this from my own experience. So I was once offered a job as ontologist of the Navy. And I said, not really. I like my academic job, but I would be happy to provide you with a plan for introducing ontology into your systems engineering activities. And they said, yes, fantastic. And we had meetings and I told them what to do. And then suddenly it all stopped. And the reason it stopped was not because they didn't like what I was saying. It was because new leadership was appointed and all the old leadership was transferred to something completely different. And I was fortunately not left dangling as ontologist of the Navy with no one to talk to.
We have Sarah has a hand up.
Go ahead, Sarah.
Hello. Yeah, it's my wife's account actually that we are both watching from the same TV. So that I have a question for you, Barry, because it's down to my heart because I'm advocating my wife to use the BFO for her work in copolymerization. But we have a problem when it comes to choosing where to start. And I was talking about the common logic version and the old version, for example. And the problem is that the expressivity of the BFO looks like not capable with the all, but more like a common logic. And then, for example, when I asked the Koosters, he was saying that we should look at the axioms in the common logic. But what do you recommend for, like, let's say, the person who starts out from zero, where he or she should start from? Thank you.
Good. So there is a book called Building Ontologies with Basic Formal Ontology, which has the distinction of being the only book which has the word ontology twice in the title. And I recommend that as an introduction. It's an introduction written for a non-technical readership. However, it does not address your specific point. And I think it's fair to say that the BFO community is divided into two. One group thinks we should all use OWL anyway, and find tricks to get around issues where OWL couldn't cope. And I won't say who leads this group, John. And then the other group, like
Hold
me,
on.
is saying that first order logic is hard, but if there is going to be an ontology summer in the future, it will be because we have found ways of managing first order logic computationally in such a way that we can use its expressive power to capture the things we need to capture. So we are living in the wrong time, maybe.
If I might add, I will be talking about how exactly you build with OWL, the OWL version of BFO later. It's not because I think that's where we stop at all. It's because that's where we start. It's a very simplified logical language that is a sublogic of the common logic expressivity. So, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Another question from the audience. You might have to talk loudly or speak loudly.
Tell him to come up. It's much nicer.
You've been summoned.
Stop pushing his butt. Hello, Barry.
Hello.
So you had talked a bit earlier about when you design ontologies, they have a half-life to them, right? And it takes a lot of time and energy to create them and to get them off the ground to begin with. And like I can see how if, like, for example, I were to go to my work and say I want to create a ontology, it's going to take a long time to create and like it's going to entail a bunch of conversations and we're going to have to constantly update it. That is a hard conversation to have sometimes. So in your experience, like how do you present ontology in a way that stresses the importance of it, but gets people to be okay with the fact that it is going to be kind of a constant effort to keep it up to date, and we might have to change it at some point.
Okay, so of all the ontologies which are players in the ontology world, they have an important role to play. BFO is the one with the longest half-life. It has, in its entire career, it has gone through 3 versions. One version was a change to OWL 2, which didn't change the ontology at all, really. One version, it was to add information entities, because information entities don't fit under any of the other headings. And I didn't talk about them today. And then the third version is the ISO version, which is really just a tidying up. The definitions were made clearer. We had more examples. So it wasn't a change in the ontology itself, really. I think we added three extra temporal regions at the bottom, and that was it.
Hmm.
So we've really been very stable, more stable than Dolce, for instance, although Dolce would deny what I just said. So the problem you raise is an important problem. It does not apply to BFO. It doesn't apply to the gene ontology because the gene ontology has just grown. It's just got bigger and bigger. The fundamental architecture stays the same because it was really well purposed for the work of the geneticists and the other scientists who were using genomic data. And so we are now building a series of ontologies for industry, including the supply chain ontology we were talking about a minute ago. And I don't have any reason to think that they will have short half-lives. I think if we do the job properly and we have really good people doing that job, then it will be an easy sell. And as soon as we have several big organizations like Lockheed who are testifying to the utility of what we provided, then I think that will lengthen the half-life. It will increase the amount of critical power invested in building and maintaining the ontologies, which will give them longer half-life also from that point of view. And so we might not be able to look forward to Philosophia Perennis, but we can look forward to something which will be as long-lived as the international standard system of units.
Awesome. Cheers. Thank you.
I will, for what it's worth, be adding some meat to what you're saying in just a minute. You got some questions in the chat.
Yeah, so showing comparisons between BFO OWL and BFO FAL or BFO CL, that would be a good thing to do. I don't know whether we can do this week, but it would be a useful. You should probably do this, John, to prove your.
I'd be happy to talk about it. I mean,
your
it's
neutrality.
Formally like OWL is formally a sublogic, so it's and in fact, I'm going to talk to some extent, at least at a high level, about the relationship.
Yeah, so I think that needs emphasizing. OWL is, in any case, a proper part, very small proper part of first ontology.
And if you can't get it right, you've done something wrong.
Yeah,
that's basically it. It's so simple of a logic. If you can't get the OWL right, then you've messed up something significant, and you need to start over. It's just basic logic. Anyway, I will talk about that later, so you can kind of I'll foot stomp. Caitlin has a hand up. Well, this will be our last one.
Thank you. Sorry, I came in a little late today, but I'm really happy to be here. I'm calling from Canada, and we work in open data, public domain, so rather than enterprise. So the adoption issue is really interesting to me because we have very non-technical people, but also from many different places, and we're trying to gather that together. So I'm just wondering if you're going to cover those types of scenarios as well, like in how to handle the adoption. There's many levels of adoption because the technical know-how isn't there either. So we have stewards and things like this, but we're really trying to get the adoption from government, like to support this federal government, but also just within the different domains and sectors in Canada to try to like do a lift of working closer with open data, knowledge graphs, and
can you tell me where in Canada you're located?
Montreal.
Okay,
we have a go ahead.
No, we have a group of people in Toronto that we work with, but Montreal isn't too far. No, I think what your question points to is very important, and I think it should be one of the topics that we put on our list as a topic for specific consideration in our afternoon sessions.
Wonderful. That's
so
great.
Can you make that happen, John?
Yeah, would you post this on the discussion forums under a debate topic for one of the days?
That's Caitlin. You want to do that?
Yeah, Caitlin. Yeah, Caitlin, will you do that? It's on the GitHub repo. There's a discussion board. You'll just post this. We can track it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right. So with that, Barry, thank you so much. Entertaining as always. I guess so. I kind of want to foot stomp some of the points that Barry's raising, both from a philosophical and from a policy and governance perspective. So, and from the philosophical angle, this is partly my kind of elaborating on my pedagogy style, which you're going to encounter as we proceed through. But there's this group of ancient skeptic philosophers, the Pyrrhonists, way back in the day, too long ago for you to really need to know. But they're basically kind of the opinion that the best way to maintain inquisitiveness over the course of your life is to suspend judgment over everything. So they weren't interested in finding truth. They were always interested in finding equipollence. You have an argument, you have some position you believe, they get a counter argument. They give a counter argument to the counter argument, so forth and so on. And this whole like meditative process of just being inquisitive and never being like too committed, because they thought as soon as you were too committed, you closed off your inquisition. You were never inquiring anymore because you knew stuff, quote unquote. They were also known for giving bad arguments. So Sextus Empiricus is probably one of the better known defenders of this school of thought. And he like took this objection to their school of thinking by the horns, and he said, listen, you know, the body, if you're a physician, he was a physician actually, if you're a physician, you don't always give full treatment to patients because they're not ready for it. You don't give them the full cancer treatment, for example. You got to build up to it over time. So sometimes they would give bad arguments to get you ready for the real arguments. And if you read through the outlines, you'll start seeing what he's saying, because he's got some pretty devastating arguments that come way late. So I do that too. I'm not a skeptic, but I do kind of give you partial arguments, pieces of puzzles. They're not bad arguments. I'm not going to give you bad arguments. I'll give you pieces of arguments. And at some point through this course, things are going to click and you're going to be like, oh, and then I'm going to give you the real arguments. So FYI. But I'm saying this picking up where Barry left off, because I mean, this has come up in some of the Q&A topics too, but like if you scour around, you'll see folks say things like this: building ontologies or knowledge graphs. For here, I'm what I mean by a knowledge graph is just an ontology that's connected up with instance data or individual data. People think it's easy, you know, generate LLMs or generate them from LLMs, just use them, like write some Python script to construct them. You see this all over the place. AWS, like if I'm demoed to them by them for the Neptune team one more time, telling me how to build an ontology, it's nonsense. It's all over the place, but this is just a great way to build silos. Unless you're doing it according to a specific tradecraft, you're falling into the same traps that we know killed ontology development in the past over and over and over again. We're not going to fall into those traps. This school, UB, NCORE, they're set up, they're designed around avoiding these problems. I don't want to do this again in 10 years. I'm tired of giving the same talks. Building ontologies or knowledge graphs according to standards can be hard. It's not as hard as you probably think or have encountered, but it can be challenging. But you should know that. And this goes back to Aristotle. One of my favorite quotes of his: excellence is hard. It is a little hard. Not as hard as you think, but it's hard. So the methodology that we're talking about, it's kind of at a high level. It's important to think about differences like BFO or reserved vocabularies, if you're thinking in engineering terms, like BFO, to create discipline and communities. But also like the infrastructure you need to support that, as Barry has been pointing to. He talked about the services, like the Gene Ontology services, things like that. Different communities need different services, need different infrastructure to make this stuff work. So, but there's still some general rules of thumb that we keep in mind across these communities. But these are the two guiding questions when we're thinking about that kind of technical, social aspect of ontology engineering. It's like, how much alignment can you enforce across communities without undermining user goals? So Barry's been talking about that. Like, how much alignment can you really enforce? So BFO, very minimal reserved vocabulary for engineering, for ontology engineering. Common Core sits under it. It's an extension. It's built on BFO according to best practices. Lots of different efforts are extending down from BFO, following this kind of enforcement strategy. Use the same terms in this way. And this is not, it shouldn't be shouldn't be novel to you, right? Like if you're writing code, you probably pick a language. It's not dissimilar. You don't go build pandas anytime you want, like you just don't rebuild it. You use Python. Like, I'm going to use this extension. Same, right? So But look, this, I mean, it's a little more challenging than that analogy, though, right? Like, I mean, it's partly because the same label, even in the same community, can designate different kinds of things like solitude, target, biomarker, and we want to be able to connect with the terminology that users have and like connect it up to the way machines encode it and way machines reason over these terms. I love this example of solitude. So here's a statement that you'll see in research in like behavioral and social psychology. Solitude is associated with depression. Solitude can mean at least three things. You could be physically isolated from people. You could be like kind of interiority minded, where you're like reflective and you're okay with being alone. Or you can just like be alone feeling while you're around people. Two of those are associated with depression. One of those is not. All of those expressions are used, or each of those expressions, or that same expression, I should say, is used throughout the literature without disambiguating. You see it all over the place. Same formats too can carry different assumptions about things like identity and time and evidence and context, partly because of granularity. Just don't have time to spell out the details. Data can be exported while the meaning needed to interpret it remains inside a platform. We see this all the time, all the time. I'm going to call attention to Palantir regular over and over again because they're the big dogs, right? They can take it. But really to solve these problems, it's coordination issue, technical and social coordination issues, and it's smithery. You're welcome, Barry. It's smithery because we're building foundries, not Palantir foundries, other kinds of foundries. And what can you do in a foundry without a smith? So coordinate meanings like identifiers and definitions of relations and axioms, and methods like modeling principles, expectations and quality criteria, life cycles, review, validation, release, deprecation, etc. And coordinating the community of experts, engineers, users, governance, yourself. Now, this is right in line with what Barry was talking about the OBO Foundry. This was the challenge they encountered. Lots of ontologies were being developed in this space of biomedicine after the successes of the Gene Ontology, none of which were being coordinated. Folks got together and said, oh, well, we should probably align on some basic principles for ontology development. Otherwise, we're going to keep talking past each other, and we're going to have very, very open, angry fights. And they did. And you see it all over GitHub. Well, I mean, you'll see it in email threads and old Google forums. They only started using GitHub recently. Similar in 2016 when the Ontologies Foundry, which was the principles based on the OBO Foundry principles, which were just listed, they're listed right there. This is for industrial manufacturing, things like supply chains, right? Things like, I don't know, auto mechanic manufacturing. I don't know, I'm not a manufacturing guy. Examples aren't ready to hand, but same problems. Lots of discoordinate software systems talking to one another or not talking to one another, manual encodings from one system to another, lots of terms that everybody knew the meanings of, but didn't specify it well enough for machines to understand. So this group got together and said, we can do better. Let's build ontologies that aren't aligned, or they are aligned to some kind of top-level ontology like BFO, and they adopted BFO. So we can build from under that. At least we have this common reserved vocabulary. Same thing going on in the National Securities Ontology Foundry, 2016. Barry mentioned some of this, witnessed chartered efforts to promote interoperability across the US government. 2023, there's an intelligence community and DoD memo that went out saying BFO and Common Core extensions were mandated for use across DoD and EIC. We are living in that era now. Everybody's getting on board. Everybody has to use the BFO and CCO in the U.S. government for defense projects. Bigger than that, coming down soon. I mean, I won't tip too many hands, but everybody's going to use it. They're going to have to. Everybody, government across the board. So this is aimed at constructing vetted ontology artifacts in line with the best practices that have been born out of the BFO community. Those guidelines over on the far right, they should look similar to the ones that you'd see in the OBO and the IOF Foundry efforts. Also, I should say it's not really a Foundry anymore. We got pushed back and now we have to call it a federation because leadership was getting confused about what a Foundry is, what a federation. Anyway, still want to put that in. The comparisons are patent, right? And they're straightforward, just best practices on how to do this stuff. Also, I'll be remiss not to mention this, the 2026 National Defense Authorization Act. It picked up where a lot of the efforts in the NSOF left off and formally congressionally required the creation of a working group to establish governance around ontology engineering across the DOW, now DOW. So congressionally mandated. First time I noticed in Congress the mention of the word ontology. Also, there's an appendix that mentions BFO and CCA. Enforcement, though, this is the idea. Ontologies and foundries are hubs logically extended from higher level ontologies. There's BFO, the sun. It's not my diagram. I got to give credit to Farhad Amari. This is his. But but you'll see the IOF core, the Industrial Ontologies Foundry core, extended logically from BFO. You also see Common Core ontologies. They made it smaller because Farhad works with the IOF. And so he doesn't work on the CCO project. So, one of those is bigger than the other. But you see, here's BFO. Here's the CCO extension of it. And now I'm going to talk in much more detail later when we're talking about Tradecraft, about BFO and some of the CCO content. Again, I just want to make this kind of broad point about governance policy, what we're doing, why it's successful, like everything I've said up till now should point to, I'll just tell you, pointing to successes that have never been achieved in the history of ontologies. It has not been the case that there was policy at this level that governed the use of any specific ontologies. There was mention of OWL in previous documentation from years back, but nothing like this. And it's partly because we have high representation among leadership and folks like people in this room here building ontologies according to basic formal ontology principles in the government. It's partly because I work there. It's partly because my colleagues at NGA work there, right? So that issue that Barry was pointing to when he was saying he was almost a Navy ontologist, but then leadership like disappeared. Yeah, we know. How do you address that problem? Making sure leadership understands the mission, understands the goals of ontology engineering well enough to align with the mission so that when somebody leaves one occupation, the person coming in can understand why they were talking about ontologies in the first place. So Barry might not, in this day and era, if he wants to go take up that position as the ontologist of the Navy, be alone. He might be on a boat somewhere, relaxing. The ecosystem too, that's just inside government, outside. I mean, there are over 800 projects currently we're tracking using basic formal ontology. Now, using is loose, some better than others, some more conformant than others, but at least adverting, we find literature, research, all these links are linked to either projects or research papers where people are stating clearly that they use basic formal ontology for this or that task. That's the biggest community I've ever seen working on ontology engineering around one standard. I do not know of any other top-level standard that is remotely close to this number of users by a margin, by multiple orders of magnitude. So I say, how much alignment can you enforce across communities? We talk about, a lot. Not everything, but a lot. But it's about policy funding, inspired volunteers, and technical artifacts that we can trust, like basic formal ontology. That's the upshot. There's another side, though. You can only enforce so much. You can only expect, because this is a balancing act. You can't get everybody always to use the same reserved vocabulary because mission needs are different, or application needs are different, or like projects or scientific investigation and research is different. They're like idiosyncrasies, and we don't want to get in the way of that. We want to be able to move quickly. We also want to give users what they need, the kind of technical architecture they need to be able to build the stuff they're interested in. I am not a behavioral and social science research expert. I don't know what solitude is. I'm not lonely. That's a joke. But I do want to give the background logic that will allow scientific researchers to expand and explore in a flexible way, logically, what the terms might mean, like solitude, right? Like, what does that actually mean? Is it a process? Is it a quality? Is it just your location at a given time? We give them background to be able to do that. Now, the other question, though, what can be done to minimize downstream alignment efforts across divergent communities? Because they will diverge. We know that, we acknowledge that, we accept that, we embrace it. But what strategies are there? It's a pincer movement, guys. Policy, technical solutions coming together. So Barry mentioned, he's like, we want everybody to align to basic formal ontology. This is true. That would be great. It would solve a lot of problems. It really would. You're not going to do it. Of course you're not going to do it. And for many reasons, and it's not just because of like the ontological side. It's not just because maybe you don't understand or agree with the way like BFO has carved up the world. you just might have different purposes. You don't need the robust richness of BFO. You don't need all the axioms. You don't need the logic that separates this class from that class. You might just have a thesaurus. You might have a bag of words. What are you doing in your application? You may have an ontology. You may just fundamentally disagree with the way that BFO carves things up. You may have a controlled vocabulary. You may have relational tables. Like how do we bridge that gap, right? This is what I'm talking about. There are many reasons why you might diverge from the formalism of BFO. I'm telling you, though, I will tell you. For every one of these cases, there are strategies to connect back up to BFO as an authoritative ground floor. BFO is very expressive. It's very weak formally on purpose because it can be extended in many ways. It can be extended to cover all of these cases, even the cases where some group is fundamentally differing on how to carve up the world. There are strategies for mapping and tracking differences and overlap, which I will talk about later. I'm happy about it because it was clever and I came up with it. So I want to share. I'm going to brag on myself later. But it's a real solution to like genuine disagreement at a high level of ontology development. And I'll talk a lot more about that because I'm pretty pumped about it. But even like relational tables too, controlled vocabularies. I mean, levels of granularity of expressivity. All of this stuff, all of it can be mapped into without much difficulty. I mean, without like semantic difficulty into the broad scope of BFO. That's the point, which is important. And I want to hammer this one down in particular. There's a difference between the semantic layer and the operational layer. So I suspect many folks in this room who have any engineering background are thinking, bro, I'm gonna work with my tables like I work with my tables, right? I'm gonna work with my control vocabulary like this. Now you're telling me I got to build this rich, robust semantics around it. I have an operational layer that I need to push applications through. I don't have time to think about whether continuance, things that exist in time, are different from occurrence, things that exist over time. Who has that kind of time? That's fine. That's fine. There's a difference between a semantic layer and the operational layer. The semantic layer is what we're talking about when we're talking about BFO. This is your ground truth, your authoritative semantics. Everything in your application layer can be derived from a well-formed semantic layer. We know that. I'm not just saying that. We do that. That's what we do. I can tell you one group that conflates these two. And you can listen if you want, if you're here. Well, I'm angling for a fight, guys. Like one group that does connect this authoritative semantic layer with an operational layer, and that's Palantir. They stitch together databases for applications, for very important application mission-specific purposes, and they do good work here and there. But they also embed the semantic layer in their application layer or in their operational layer. And then what happens is they turn around and say, look, I moved quickly at speed of mission. Your government semantic layer should look like my operational layer. I'm going to tell you what meanings you have, what these words mean, because look at all the cool stuff I did with my dashboards. That is the wrong direction. And it's what's true for the US government is true for any organization that's building enterprise or even local authoritative semantics. You don't want the application layer to inform what the meanings of your organization are. That's just backwards, right? You want to be able to derive in some logically traceable, logically coherent way the operational, whatever your operational layer is from the semantic layer. And there's a technical challenge there. Again, I'm going to talk about how to address that technical challenge. It's not as hard as you might think, but it might seem so because it's just fundamental logic. And sometimes it's a little challenging to think about, but you gotta keep these two separate is the point. And now I'm saying this, I'm hammering this down because a lot of the objections I encounter when talking about BFO and modeling at a high level, they bring these together and they don't know that they are. They'll talk about like the folks from labeled property graph communities, like Neo4j folks. They'll come in and say, look, we can move at speed. We can move faster than your OWL or more expressive RDF representations. And I'm like, it's great, dude. That's great. Also, you're talking about operational layer stuff. Like, I'm glad you're moving fast. Use what you need to. Can you derive it from a more expressive language that allows me to trace what you're doing? I'm okay with you cutting from a bigger cloth, but don't tell me the labeled property graphs with its squash semantics is the thing that's going to capture all the meanings in my enterprise. That's just, and it begin when you do, I mean, if you've worked with them, you work with them and you get in all these tizzies about what things mean and how you have to make trade-offs for meaning. And it happens over and over again. Just swallow the big pill, do the hard authoritative semantics first, and then derive your relational tables, derive your LPGs, derive, etc. from that in a traceable way. That's the point here. Semantic layer is authoritative, facilitates traceable derived products. And these derived products, they should remain accountable to govern meanings. Those derived products, use what you need, right? We're not trying to get in the way of applications at all. Absolutely not. We're trying to help them enforce their semantics in a traceable way. That's it. If they depend on governed meaning, though, if you have some content that goes into an application or operational layer, some relational table content, for example, that really does depend on some authoritative meanings, then you better be able to trace back to it. Again, we'll talk later. I'll show you what tracing looks like. There are tools like reasoners. You can just push a button and see what follows from what. We'll see that. The tracing is not as hard as it might seem. The setup is the hard part, but once you set it up correctly, the tracing is easy. The governed question is whether meaning survives derivation in the derived product. That's the important part. This doesn't mean that you can't use things that aren't in the semantic layer, though. You can introduce new stuff. That is logically coherent. You can add new things. That is still what we call a conservative extension of the authoritative layer. Again, I will show you what that looks like. That's okay and often required. Look, applications often need categories for various projects. This is just a simple kind of off-the-cuff example. Some categories that they need may not be in the authoritative semantics at all. That's very likely true. If it's the sort of content that might in fact be meaningful and need to go in the authoritative semantics, we can have that conversation. But more often than not, we just need to govern relationships that can simulate hierarchy-like behavior so that applications get whatever they need in their specific products. And again, as I've alluded to, I'm going to show you exactly how to do that. And here's a slogan to keep in mind. You got your model, authoritative semantic model. You got your derived products that extend from it. You've got divergent products, which may or may not be needed for specific application. In the past, the divergence has been not only allowed, but encouraged. No more. Divergence is not allowed. The languages that we use are broad enough and flexible enough, and the logic is there. It's well-defined enough that we don't have to allow for divergence like this. We can allow for lossy information as you move from the authoritative rich semantics that we build into more or less granular, less specific, different formats in the operational layer. That's fine. Relational tables don't have all the sort of rich semantics that you'd see in BFO. They probably don't need them. LPGs too. That's okay. There may be some lossy information there, but they can't diverge, is the point. Don't change the meaning in the operational layer. To summarize, we do need governance around ontology development and maintenance to make good on the promises of ontology engineering, as Barry and I have both been alluding to. Foundry efforts pursue this by aligning on core vocabularies where they can and development principles otherwise. And then but we also recognize, and it's important that we recognize, because otherwise it's going to kill us, that minimizing downstream impact of misalignment requires governance itself around derived products for specific applications. And now we've talked a lot about that, but the tradecraft, how do we build that authoritative semantic layer? That is the target. So later today, we will be talking specifically about the tradecraft we use, that we advocate, and by we, I mean that very broadly. All of those groups I was talking about earlier. It's like I'm about to be policy. To produce the ontology content worth coordinating around that's scope, justified, testable, and reusable by leveraging the insights from the community as well as the semantic web technologies at our fingertips. Here's some references for blog posts I've made about this. But with that, what time we got? 2 minutes. Bring your questions. If you've got one question, I think I can take one question. Then we're going to have some lunch because I'm sure we're all hungry. Yeah. All right. Ryan's got one.
I'm preparing to brief senior leadership, and I have to be able to explain the semantic layer in terms of ontology and knowledge graphs that they've heard about.
Mm-hmm.
Could you give like a 3 sentence elevator pitch to try to explain the leadership?
Which leadership? What level?
Senior commissioner level.
Mhm. So commissioner level, I mean, I've seen a lot of success, and you tell me what you think. Just pointing to the documentation. You've got the 2026 like NDAA. You've got all that effort. You've got the memos. There's like the IC Dre from ODNI that's like mandating ontology development, and it's mentioning BFO, CCO.
I don't care about any of that. He wants a simple explanation. I was thinking about trying to use something they'll understand, like, hey, the CBP style guide tells us how we're supposed to structure our memos, and if the commissioner's going to give a decree that said thou shalt, got to use the style guide. That gives you the meaning of how you're going to structure and communicate, and then that's the semantic layer. The operational layer is when you create that information artifact saying do it. I'm trying to come up with a metaphor, an example of like, oh, I see what we've been missing. You need, we need our semantic layer that captures the things we care about in their relationships. So then we want to model that operationally. We have that reference to keep everything meaningfully coherent.
I mean, that is the metaphor.
Think so?
Yeah, you just said it. That's the metaphor. Yeah, the semantic layer. Like, what are your meanings? Like, what are the authoritative meanings across your enterprise? What is that? And like, that is a separate thing that you need to solidify before you start talking about how do you use them.
We have plenty of legal authoritative meanings that are a mess when we have 14 different definitions for arrest, encounter, and apprehension. But the only reason I was cutting on Rosetta Stone is that no one's ever touched it, right? Like I was trying to think about something that we've all had to suffer through, like a style guide. They're the worst.
Yeah, I mean, there's a more expansive document that I think I've sent you, that technical specification for the semantic layer document. I sent it to the Air Force. I've been circulating it where it kind of lays out a lot of this, and it also lays out like, at a high level, it lays out the semantic layer versus operational layer, and also talks about what happens when there is divergence, like how do you document semantic gaps and meaning at the application layer for
I
that.
need to get buy-in for that.
Yeah, but there's a bluff there. There's a bluff there that is basically what you just said, like the semantic meaning versus how you use it.
Thank
you. All right. 1 minute after, go have lunch. Be back in an hour.
Okay.
I'll try to log in.
Do you have anything to say after lunch, or am I just starting?
You want me to introduce you?
No, that's not
I'm
necessary.
happy to.
Okay.
That's so much to say about you.
So my name is Denise Ferniza. I'm the Headquarters Air Force and the Air Combat Command's Chief Ontologist. I have been working with the Air Force in ontology for approximately 5 years. So I do understand this is a academic area, but my challenge to you before I start is to not so much, don't get lost in like the esoteric concepts, right? There's a reason that we're doing this. This is for engineering, and this has a user, right? So the frame of reference that I'm bringing to you or to the group here is to kind of trying to introduce you to some of the users, right? So generally I'll talk about the warfighter. I won't in this realm, just because I know there are people from industry here, but keep in mind, like, your user will be whoever your user is. So to kick it off, operationalizing ontologies at enterprise scale. And if you do have questions, please come up on chat. People in the room just say stuff. And then here's our agenda. I'm morally obligated to do them. Nobody cares. Okay. So the reason I have this in here, I deeply appreciate that people in here know what an ontology is. But let's be in a land of make-believe where you're not talking to a philosopher. Okay. And you're going to try to teach them, or you're going to try to introduce them to this concept of what an ontology is. Now, John and Barry have both this morning gone over a lot of like the history, the background. I think John started getting more into the engineering principles. I'm kind of taking it to the next level of these are the translation tests. Now, I understand some of you are just going to make models, right? That's what you're going to do, and that's fine. But a lot of you are also going to be trying to implement the concepts of like ontology engineering, right? So obviously ontology engineering, as it's being taught now and implemented now, is fairly new. And these are the people that you have to be able to communicate with. So when we're talking about users, I'm not talking about somebody that you hand an ontology to, right? That's not a user. A user is the HR guy that just wants to update payroll, right? A user is a business analyst. A user is someone that thinks ontology is a branch of cancer research because they spelt it wrong when they typed it, right? That's a user. And I'm not saying that to be mean. I'm saying that because that's who your user is. So when you go at your user and you say, this is so simple, it's a formal representation of a domain of knowledge. I mean, like already asleep. Like if you want to talk about Aristotle, cool story, bro, nobody cares, right? Like, and I'm not saying that to be mean. I'm telling you how it is. I'm telling you how it is. Especially if you're going to be in DOW. Nobody deeply cares about Aristotle. Okay, and I understand as philosophers, you love him and he's your king, great. But, you know, now leaders, this could be military leaders, this could be business leaders. Again, so when we're talking about what ontologies do, we're talking about what values do they provide the user. It's not enough that, I mean, it is enough within your realm to say whatever you're going to say. But like one thing I've told people before when I first started doing ontology modeling is I would make what I thought were lovely ontologies, and then I would show up and be like, behold my ontology, and they're like, sweet, like what do I do with it? You know, and I was like, I don't know, but it's really neat. Like, I'm serious. Like, what do you do with it? What do you do when somebody hands you an OWL file? What value does that provide the user? Right. So I know we ad nauseum had these conversations about, you know, like how to do them properly and stuff, and that's important. But how do you implement them? What do they do? Right. Because like the best I could tell back in the day when I started is like a paper airplane, like print it on a piece of paper, and like because I literally didn't know how to apply them. And then how are we helping achieve mission success? Obviously, that's a use case within, you know, DOW, but also in industry. What's your mission? What is your ontology doing to assess your mission? Not all missions require ontologies either, right? So understanding when and how to use ontologies and understanding that it's not a one size fits all, right? And I'll get into that in a little bit, or in how we use them. Okay, so this is kind of what I've noticed over the years of what ontology deployment actually looks like. All right, so what I see most often is people that have just started implementing ontologies. They have a Franken ontology, and they're like, I'm going to execute the whole thing starting at BFO all the way down through the 20,000 classes. That's insane. Like, stop it, right? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Now, when we're looking at our environments, again, this is DOW. We're going to start on the right where it says constrained environments. So these environments, we're talking about things like basic system engineering, COBOL, Photron. Like they can use some of the stuff from ontologies. They can use the taxonomies. They can use the semantics, right? We can use some of the aspects of an ontology to inform the architecture, right? So we use it a lot with Cameo System Modeler, some of the older, again, like some of the older legacy software that's, again, using like Photron. We've updated it with the semantics. Now, most often what we will see, and I say operational here, again, if you are in industry, it's the reality of what systems you're using, right? So you're going to use different systems. But I've seen this pretty much across the board. So a mixed operational reality is like maybe I can use some of an ontology, like an actual like triple, right? I might be able to do some mappings. Now, John briefly, or I think no, Barry was talking about, you know, like how him and John vary. I tend to be on the side, or I am on the side, I shouldn't say tend to be, that make as many ontologies as you freaking want and we'll map to them. I don't care. Make 1,000, make 1,000,000,000. I don't care. But like, he's going to say whatever he's going to say. And again, Barry and his tomatoes. You know, I love you, Barry. But just make them. Just make them. Because what I've noticed, and what I'll tell you, like, especially we're talking about the reality of war, right? Because I'm in DOW, is war will not wait and be like, oh, whoa, hold on. The ontologists haven't made the perfect model yet. Like everybody knows how absurd that is, right? So yeah. Department of War, Department of Defense, it used to be. Federal government. Yeah, they changed it. So, and I'm glad I got a chuckle out of that because it should, because it's absurd. But what does happen though is that if you're not making, we'll say semi-conformant, and I'm sure that makes whatever, the user will just make what they need to make what they need happen. Whether that's in DOW, whether that's at Target, whether that's at, Best Buy, I don't care. Like you have somebody who has a mission or a job and they need to get it done, and they're going to do what they need to do to get it done because that's what human beings do, right? So when we get caught in perfection, like perfection's the enemy of good enough. I tell people that all the time. 70% will get it out the door. We can fix the rest when we need to, right? And then again with mappings. So that's what I see with mixed operational reality. I'll see, maybe they're using, some of the ingest through Python, Java. I've seen Ruby a couple times. They may or may not have triple stores, the databases, are probably SQL. They're probably not in depth, but you're going to be looking at some kind of plug and play architecture, right? So again, you can do what you do. Now, fully realized is where we really want to go. This is what I advocate for. And when I say fully realized, I want to be very clear. Not every system needs to be a fully realized ontology-driven architecture. That would be silly. Like imagine a hand radio, right? Like, do we really want hand radios to be fully realized ontology-driven architectures? That would just be incredibly, incredibly stupid. What I do want though is for all AI systems to be ontology-driven architecture. There's no that I've seen no use case where that should not be the standard. Now, the reason this is my argument, I guess, or what I've been pushing for, especially within the Air Force, is ontologies are not just the semantics. And this is something that the applied ontology really need to hammer home. It's not just the semantics. It's the first order logic, right? It's the reasoning that's applied through the ontologies. It's standardization of that. And again, like I don't know how to message this in a way that like that is the foundation for us moving forward to AI, to my mind. So the fully realized ontology-driven architectures to me is the only way that we could have truly interoperable AI. Now, underneath that, you're going to see where it says governance, meaning, coordination, and constraints. That's what your ontologies provide as well. And this is something that I tell leadership. And if you're in policy at all, I know John, again, spoke briefly about policy. And policy is only as good as people are willing to implement it, right? Now, the great thing with ontologies is that governance is built into the models, right? Because it constrains, right? It has the policies built into it. That's part of the semantic. That's part of the logic. So those constraints are built into the model already. So I find that particularly a strong and salient point is you can write whatever you want to write on a piece of paper, right? And I could say you shall do this and be like, cool story, bro. And I like, where's my money to do it? So let me pause there if there's any questions.
I have a question.
Sure.
You mentioned, a potential user, let's say being somebody in HR.
Mm-hmm.
Would somebody in a role like that even have transparency into the ontology, or would they just see that the tasks that they had to do were easier to do or done more accurately?
So the way that we're approaching it through my job is the user should not even need to know the word ontology exists, because that's silly. Why would they? Like, this is the only technical discipline that I've seen that we've been like, hey, show me the work. I'm serious. Like, what AI algorithms are people like, I really want to understand this fully and deeply? None of them. They're like, just make your magic happen, right? So in a fully realized ontology-driven architecture, ideally to me, I would be some kind of leader, right? Whether it's a company or military. And I would be able to query across, we'll say, my people and figure out whatever I need to figure out. So my HR guy's in there doing HR guy stuff. And he's updating the database with the objects, right, that are using ontologies. All that inferencing is being made. I'm getting notifications based off those inferences, right, as a leader. HR guy, let's say, so-and-so's on vacation and they extend vacation, right? He gets a notification of that. So it's not like all a manual process, right? It should be, to me, not only more efficient, because efficiency is like, I don't care if people are robots, but it should be easier, It should just be easier because it's really, really irritating when I have to open 3 Excel sheets, a PowerPoint, and find a Post-it note and then deconflict them and hope to hell that I made the right call as a human being because it's insanity, right? So I call it swivel chair analytics when I'm doing this to try to find all the shit I need, right? So like ontologies really reduce that. But again, the big thing is the inferencing. To me, that's in the logic.
Denise,
Mm-hmm.
who are you selling this to then? Because if your user doesn't know that they're using an ontology, who are you getting to back this project?
Okay, so that's so I don't know if you guys can hear her online, but she asked, who are you selling this to? So what I would say is I'm not selling it to anybody, first of all. So it's a methodology, right? So my thing is what I guess I'm trying to get the buy-in for it, right? Is our current system, not within just DOW, but what I've seen in like larger businesses too, is let's just throw money at stuff, right? And we're going to throw a lot of money at a lot of stuff. And like John talked about the operational layer, I'm going to speak about that as well. I want people to use whatever tools they want to use, but they have to have the architecture, right? So the way that I'm pitching it or selling it is I'm saying that it's a protocol that you follow if you truly want interoperable AI. If you want, if I want a skyscraper, there's shit I have to do when I build a skyscraper. Like I have to lay the beams, I have to dig in, I have to do the architecture. So not having a semantic layer, not having a knowledge layer, right, is skipping the architecture. And then on top of it, like let's talk about ROI, right? Return on investment, right? So when you have a semantic, I call it a knowledge layer. When you have a knowledge layer, a semantic layer, you're preserving meaning for whatever business owns it, i.e. the government. The government owns that. Nobody can take that away from me. I don't get to outsource what reality means to me, right? Also, I get to tell people how it is because right now how it works, right, for especially if we're talking DOW, is people will show up and tell me what I should accept, right? It's coping. I'm serious. It's like, as whoever I say, I want to make sure the warfighter can go. When I say warfighter, I mean like soldier. They can go from point A to point B. And the government will say, tell me how to do that. And maybe they get 3 or 4 different kinds of suggestions, but all of those suggestions are based off of people not in that situation. Right. So like one thing when I gave my speech at STIDS, I was talking about nothing like pisses me off more than people explaining me to me. Right. I'm serious. I don't know why it makes me like a rat. It makes me want to fight, like legit fight. So they're like, actually, Denise, don't actually Denise me ever. Like I know I'm a SME and me, like, so but like that's how I feel like the government should have the same feeling, or the businesses should have the same feeling. Why would your vendor or whomever, or even with whatever, if selling ontologies, come in to have the audacity to tell me about me, but we don't have a mechanism right now to preserve that, right? And that's like what a semantic layer does. That's what a knowledge layer does. And it's kind of gatekeepery, but in the best possible way, like not in like the nerdy Marvel versus whatever way. Did that answer your question? Because I will go on a rampage about that, just full scorched earth.
Got a lot of time.
I mean, like everything that you said made sense to me. I'm still trying to figure out which of these things is going to resonate with my leadership.
Bring me in. Yeah, tap me in. Tap me in.
So it's like really fast 1 minute. To Claire's point, to what you said, Denise, like, yes, like, hey, we need the architecture to build the skyscraper, but we also need $10 million to buy night vision goggles.
Yes.
For our agents on the line, right? So how do I sell it to my boss? Like, hey, I know we need night vision goggles, like tracking, but we also need to build this. Like, how do we?
So for what you're never going to fight against night vision goggles. Just give up that. I'm serious because like it's hardware. It's literally stuff that helps me see. My challenge to you would be how much money are they currently investing in legacy systems? My challenge would be how much money are you spending mapping legacy systems? When we look at the end-to-end mapping problem, right? I have system A, system B, system C. I have to do however many mappings, right? So look at that because that money is being spent. That money is allocated for. Like I did some research for DOW and it was something like I want to say it was like $9 million towards IT stuff, and 6 billion of it was going to legacy systems. And I was like, that's insane. That's insane. But they do have to be maintained. I'm not saying ontology is like the one ring to rule them all, right? And I'm not saying we're going to do away with mappings altogether, but we need to do mappings on the operational layer. They're already paying for mappings. They're paying for mappings from system A to system B to system C, whatever. How about we develop the mappings in the operation or in the semantic layer and the knowledge layer, and the government owns it and it sits there, and you force the vendors to touch it, right? So, I mean, that's my big argument, and that's been my argument in the Air Force is you're already paying for it. So do you want to pay like to actually like have something with some legacy to it? And legacy is bad because they always think that's old, but you want to pay for something that can survive time and space, or are we just going to keep using duct tape and bubble gum and Duke Nukem? Like, it's just crazy. Yeah, like get mad. Okay. So this is something I know that, the most under discussed capability to me is built-in governance. Again, when we're talking governance, and again, I can appreciate some of you are like the philosophical ontologists, and you're like, God, I could not care about this more. It's your problem. I'm looking at you. It's your problem. I'm serious. I'm serious because, again, if you write the most beautiful ontology ever, and it's not preserving meaning for your user, right? It's not addressing these things. It's going to be a beautiful ontology in the rubbish bin. Because when I joined the Air Force, there were literally hundreds of ontologies that nobody had ever used. They were sitting in email boxes. They were because nobody, first of all, knew how to use them. Second of all, you had ontologists arguing with subject matter experts. Like imagine a F-35 pilot who's been to war. I don't know. This might be a real use case a few times. And a philosopher interviewed him and told him he was wrong about stuff. So you know where that ontology went, right? Like there's just no good to come of it. And I'm sure, John and Barry can walk you through how to maybe have some decorum. I don't know, but I'm going to tell you, if you can't preserve their meaning, they're not going to care. You can't tell people how to talk. You can't. So again, that's where the mappings come in. You will never ever tell me to call something something. I mean, you can tell me all you want, and I'll be like, oh yeah, of course, I'll never say that again. Then I'm going to go say it again, right? So keep that in mind. And then the operational trust is huge. When I say operational trust, what I'm talking about is what I say, like let's say I'm a leader. What I say as a leader is preserved and represented in the model, right? So again, John talked about lossy transformation, that lossy's fine. What did you call it? The divergence. Yeah, we just call it like it's not the same. Like lowbrow, right? Divergence is not. And the reason that's true is because divergence changes meaning, right? Divergence changes like the reality that I'm operating under. Lossy is just less of it, but lossy is something that I can look at and I can take a risk for as a leader because I know it's happening, right? So I mean, my counter argument would be lossy is fine as long as it's clear that it's happening. It can't be invisible, and divergence can never happen.
What's the counter argument?
Huh?
That is exactly what I was. Or what are you countering?
No, you just said lossy's sometimes okay. You didn't say lossy's okay if it's fully explicit.
Well, see, no, I absolutely do. And then you have to document the semantic gaps.
I didn't hear that.
It's okay. I know you.
Yeah, okay. Barely read, guys. Barely literate. I was actually just really bored when he was talking.
Same. I just perked up now because you said counter argument.
Okay. So I have an ontology. Now what? This is the thing that I present to leadership, right? I don't even know what time is it. I don't know how much time I have. Oh,
Yeah, so much.
oh my God, I got a lot of time. Holy cow, I'm gonna be done quick. All right, so this is kind of what we're looking at now. Again, with ontology engineering, what I'm going to push back on, or not push back on, but let you know, is an ontology doesn't just show up to a bar and have a good time, right? Like an ontology walks into a bar, like nothing happens. It just leaves alone and sad, right? Like paper airplane. So, like, you okay over
I love this joke. I
Oh.
love this setup. Come on.
So it requires all these other things to actually be actualized, to be realized, right? Like it, again, this whole ecosystem has to exist. So like John was talking about semantic layers, same thing. So again, when you're going in there, I want to make sure that you're not selling ontologies. You're not pitching. Ontology is a piece of the puzzle that works on the semantic layer. And ontology is a piece of the puzzle that preserves meaning and preserves knowledge and logic. So here again, this is what we tell leadership. We did work with NCORE and got some technical specifications. So happy to send that along if you want. Some of these things are actually have already been implemented within the Air Force. So semantic stewardship, that program has almost been fully implemented. The repositories and graphs are currently being set up. Tooling and infrastructure, I think that was to your point, we need $10 million to do, that's what you're talking about, right? I would advise you to go through the acquisitions route first. Once your acquisitions understand what you're looking for, then you actually have some power, right? Because again, what I've seen in the past, specifically within DOW, is people say, let's do ontology, and everybody's like high-fiving and hell yeah, ontologies. And then the acquisition lady who's like really, really good at logistics, like, what does that mean? And they're like, ontologies, right? So she's like, okay, fuck. And then she like types something up, and then that's when you get Neo4j. Or that's when you get whatever, right? That's when you get an Excel spreadsheet with a bunch of classes on it, and they're like, yeah, it's an ontology, right? So again, starting with acquisitions, getting those documents, getting that whole ecosystem captured. If you don't know exactly what you need in the ecosystem, that's fine. Like by tool, that's fine, but you know what capabilities you need it to do. Okay, yeah.
Would you say that this ties into what Barry was talking about the services that are required to go with the ontology? Like we had those several slides spelling out kind of like the maintenance, there's maintenance that goes into ontology development and
So that's a little too hand wavy for my likes. When I'm talking about ontology implementation, I'm talking about specifically, where's my database? Where are my triple stores going? What's my IRI URI policy manager? Where are my mappings hosted? How are they being executed? Where is my ontology repository? When I do a change to an ontology, how is that being managed? Who's managing that? What's the policy and guidance for updating that, right? Like, so, I mean, Barry's saying stuff like, okay,
He's
we should
focusing
do
on the
this.
ontology development
Yeah,
aspect, which
yeah.
is a separate question.
Yeah, like I'm looking at like implementation, right? Because the development is fine. It's just a piece of it though, right? Like when I'm saying the ecosystem or the infrastructure, it's not that I want, I have to have tangible deliverables. It is not enough for me to go to the government and say, maintain it. Like, what does that mean? What does that look like? Like, what does that do? Right? So like, what's the system? What's the mechanism? So like, that's more what I'm talking about then. So I guess it ties into him. I couldn't get up here to see the beginning of his brief.
It's because somebody didn't tell you where we were.
I know. Does that answer your question, or we can get into it more too if we need to? I think I have another slide too. Yeah.
In your experience, in terms of like the size of a team to lead a good ontology implementation and get it properly set up and implemented, like, is that always by default a large group of people? Can it be smaller? Like,
Okay, so I'm going to go back to make sure we're understanding this slide. So there's not really a team to implement an ontology, right? There is an ontology that can be used through these different kinds of architectures, right? Now, when we talk about, so if I'm talking about, again, like just implementing it within Photron, it was just a Denise, right? A Denise went down there and I did Denise stuff, and then voila. Right now, when we're talking about a fully realized ontology-driven architecture, What we're talking about them is what we're calling like an object management system or an object management service. That's something that's utilizing ontologies. So imagine I have an entity of a Denise. Like in this object management service, Denise would exist as an object. I would have attributes, I would have classes, I'd be able to traverse the graph, I'd be able to, the inferencing and the first order logic would all be applied to a Denise as an entity. How I interact throughout the ontology, all of that would be managed through an object management service, right? Now, to do something like that, we're talking about teams, tens of millions of dollars with larger teams, right? So, but I just want to bring this up because, again, I don't think there's not really a clean answer for that, right? Does that make sense? So, I mean, I'm really all in for the object management services. I think that's how, especially when we're talking about like a lot of things that need to be tracked, that an OMS is what we're calling it, is like a really great way to do it, because then you have your entities, he'll get more into the nerd stuff about it. Like I don't have all that data, obviously.
Act like you're not a nerd.
More nerdy than I can do. But yeah, so and one thing, I don't know your area of expertise or what business you're in, but like entity resolution to me is something that can only be addressed through ontologies. So I've seen it tried numerous ways over decades. And is everybody familiar with entity resolution? Okay. So what entity resolution is let's say there's a woman that's 5'5", 150 pounds, green dress walking around, right?
You are not
I'm 150 pounds, so I'm proud. I'm bulking right now. So, and then let's say, and that one person sees that. And then another person sees a woman in a red Jeep with, 2 kids and a white purse, right? And we think it might be the same person, but we're not sure. So this happens all the time with business analysis. It happens in the military, right? So I'll have 2 separate identifiers, right? Now what entity resolution will go in and do is it'll say, hey, I think this is probably the same person. And it can give you a confidence rating. One thing that, with ontologies, when you're looking at them, what they can do is, depending on how many attributes you have, you can go through, let's say I have 1,000 attributes for something, and I can give some kind of confidence and say, okay, 900 of them are fulfilled, whatever the case may be. That's like that's a big brain problem. I understand conceptually, but the entity resolution, when we're talking, especially when we're talking about very, very complex things, like let's think of traffic, right? I have 30 Nissans, white Nissan. I feel like everybody drives a white Nissan, right? Like, how do I know the entity? How do I know that specific white Nissan? Right. So, and when we're talking about large amounts of data, especially if we're talking about using ontologies for like capturing video or audio data, like if you can partner that with like local security, you can partner that with OSINT, like open source intelligence, you can partner that with historical data. I think there's some like super, super powerful stuff you can do for entity resolution.
Maybe just a little bit more like tracking all of that,
Mhm.
how does ontology, and you said ontology is the only thing that will solve.
I think this is what I think.
Okay,
Mhm.
so how would you then explain like how ontology solves that problem? I don't fully understand how ontology solves it.
So, are you talking this, or are you gonna let me take a step first?
No.
Okay, so the way that we've been tackling it is that when we look at like a person class, let's say we have like 1,000 attributes for a person that we care about. So we might care about social security number and name and birthday and all these little things that we know about a person. So one entity, or not one entity, one system, let's say, has identified like 50 of these. Another system's identified 50 of them. And there's an overlap of like, let's say 5 attributes or 10 attributes, or what, like that's the testing that we're doing right now to see, like, as we do like the cross analysis, like, okay, can I get a tick that comes up and says, hey, this is likely the same thing, right? And I know, again, like he's working with the super big brains that can do a lot of this, but that's how we're addressing it, like with our testing, is looking at like increasing the amount of attributes, feeding in the data, training the models. We have some ML models that are also doing some of that predictive analytics and then going through there. Now, the way we've done entity resolution before, and this is what has been the issue with it, is that we're looking at objects. The objects have, we call them GUIDs. So it's like a unique identifier. Yeah, GUIDs. But the problem is they're different for each fucking system. Sorry, can I say fucking?
I mean, you already did. Are you using it or mentioning it?
For each system has a different one. So not only are they not using the same classes, they're not using the same attributes, they don't have the same logic. So when I'm pulling from 3 different systems, I have to do like not just a semantic mapping, I have to do a logical mapping because and then on top of it, this will really piss you off. Their logic's black boxed, right? So I put A in, I get D out. I don't know how they got through B and C, right? But when I'm using the logic and the reasoning through the ontology, I at least have an understanding of like, okay, maybe it's not like, so again, I'm not trying to crap on everything you said earlier, but he was talking about so, some of the ontologies aren't correct, or some of the logic built into the ontologies isn't correct. And like, news surprise, all the systems are like that, right? They're all like that. So like, I don't think it's realistic to have a higher standard than like what already exists. Like, I mean, I think ontology will have a better standard over time. But all that mess is already built into these systems. Bad logic. You just don't, it's not transparent, right? So when we're talking entity resolution, at least to me, I know the logic, I know the inferencing, I know the semantics, I know the taxonomy. So if it is messed up, which it can be, I've made some trash ontologies, happy to share them. You can just feel really good about yourself. But you know what they were? Fully government owned. Everybody could see them. Everybody could see the logic, and the community could throw spears at it. I can't do that with operational layers. So,
I may,
sorry.
because of the interest in the topic, I put on slides later that I will walk through some examples of how ontologies can help, like, and the Tradecraft specifically can help with sometimes we call it reference tracking, but yeah, entity-based or entity resolution task. There's actually a lot of research on there.
Yeah. Okay.
Next question.
Yeah, ask away. I prefer questions versus me just prattling on.
In your experience, what are the quick wins from a project on ontology? How to demonstrate it, how to add value?
So for me, honestly, like the quickest win you could possibly do is if you're using Cameo. I don't know if you have any system engineers. Cameo has a BFO CCO patch built into it. No bullshit. And your system engineers can start building off of BFO and CCO right away. Right? So like what we do is we made I'm probably going to ontology hell. I call them micro ontologies, like little 10 class, whatever I need for the mission right there, right? Like just extend off CCO. My engineers need to do radio, right? They're trying to do like a data diagram for radios. I'm like, hold my beer, give me 10, right? And I just build it out quick, do whatever I need to do. And because Cameo's already got BFO CCO, the patch in there, like they can just upload my 10 classes and voila, they have a taxonomy, they have definitions, right? So like as that scales, like now, so before how it was working is they were like, ooh, an ontologist in the wild, help us with our dictionary. And I was like, wow, this is crazy because that's not my job, but fine. And then what I realized though is like if you can feed people what they're trying to answer, right? Like, fine, I'll build your 10 classes. I'll give you the definition. I'll do some basic logic. And then you feed it back into the bigger machine, right? As the engineers start extending, they can start pulling stuff in. We had dudes sitting like from me to where she is, working on the same model and not knowing it. It's crazy. I was like, this is crazy. How do we have 25,000 definitions for radio? And they're like, we didn't know that existed. I'm like, literally, bro. Like, what do you, right? Another thing, we've also used it for requirements documents. Think of like a Wikipedia page almost. So what we have is like, we call it like a requirements document. We use the ontologies, essentially how they were used for like W3C. It hyperlinks all the words together, the associations, the logic. So like if I go in as a leader and I want to look up some kind of form, all of the classes within that are hyperlinked, right? So like if I have a form and it has something for a name, I can click on name and it'll show me the attributes associated with the name. Like I can chase the rainbow pretty much like a Wikipedia page using the ontologies. So
Just wanted to say that John sent you a message.
that scale said 130. Oh, whatever. 150. I'll die on that hill. People talking shit. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. So does that help at all? Like the easiest way is to use systems that already use it, honestly. And then don't sell yourself short either. Like, because people like if it's not feel fully realized, they're like, oh, woe is me. Like there's literally a dictionary and a taxonomy. You know how useful that is in system engineering or even basic coding, like Java, Python, like fine. If that's what you want, like have at it. Like, but don't let them make shit up anymore. Like you have the answer. So your single source of truth, the ontology should be the single source of truth. Yeah.
Kind of like on that same type of thought. When you're presenting ontologies in your experience, do you find it better to present it as a proactive way to solve a problem that you think is coming, or a reactive way to a problem that already exists? And they're like, ontology can solve it. So like, yes, build it for us.
Mm-hmm. So in my years of experience, I would say stop briefing ontologies. And I'm not saying that to be facetious. I'm dead ass. Because again, an ontology walks into a bar. Like, what the hell's an ontology going to do? Stop selling ontology. Like, it's, and again, I deeply appreciate the irony of being at an ontology conference and saying that, but that is a way to capture reality. It's a way to capture like all the stuff that they're teaching you about at UB. It in and of itself does not do anything. It has to have data put through it. It has to be executed against. It has to have code. It has to have engineering. It has to have things to do something. Like an ontology in the wild is like it doesn't do anything, right? So, I mean, I think because of the way ontologies have taken off over the last few years, it's worth mentioning them that it is the center for a reason, right? But like it's important to talk about like a stack or architecture or right. Again, if you're just looking to implement an ontology because you want to implement an ontology and say, look at me, I implemented an ontology. Here, this is what you're doing that in these two, the mixed operational reality and the constrained environment. Right. If you're talking about a fully realized ontology-driven architecture, that is an architectural project. That requires an architectural backbone. These two you can just ingest into, again, Python, Java, Ruby, Fortran, I don't care. The dealer's choice, pick your poison. Right. So, yeah.
So, the three of us, we're at an AI native services firm, a startup,
Mm-hmm.
growth, and we're finding that the true operational reality of our business is with the forward deployed engineers that are in the field. And we find that it's difficult to align operational reality and strategy and make sure that that's consistent. So we see this opportunity for being able to implement, some sort of, or to begin the process of implementing an ontology, and having that emerge over time so that we can actually, we're in this position where we're not the legacy organization, but we are working in a, we work with massive technology enterprises that are doing B2B sales, and we're orchestrating the partnership ecosystem that allows them to do that more effectively and efficiently. And so I'm interested to hear, I know that you had mentioned a tool that already has BFO and CCO built in. We're aware of Jeremy Ravel's .ai. And so I'm curious to hear from your perspective for a business like ours, like where that starting point exists, and how to approach it in terms of enabling that knowledge that's concentrated.
I'll start with the tools. Tell you that. I mean, this is my world. So you start with your forward deployed engineers and the operators and decompose your strategy into more and more from the high level abstraction to more and more detailed competency questions that then you can trace what's going on in the real world that they want to solve and where the data exists and what systems. And then where's the system owner, the access, your access controls, where's your architecture to connect it? Where's your cyber physical infrastructure to actually access it, and then your access controls to gain authoritative access to do something with it.
So what I'm going to say, and yes, but in the Air Force, we're automating that process because it's taking too long. It's taking too long to do the interviews, to have the SME showed up. One thing that we've noticed over the years, this isn't just with ontologies, this is with all software, is it requires interviews from people. So when you have to give up someone, if you talk to your businesses and you say, give me 10 people that are good at this thing, they're going to go, no. And they're going to send you the people they don't care about losing, the people that they don't care if they miss mission or miss work, right? So automating this stuff is imperative. That we have recently invested quite a lot of money into automated ontology development with Human in the Loop. That tool is Ontos Cosmos. We've also invested in a couple other platforms to start building out like object management services, because again, like we care about objects, right? We care about governance. We don't necessarily care about ontologies. We do care about ontologies. We care that they're BFO CCO conformant. We care that they have good and open logic, and we care that the government owns meaning. Outside of that, have fun. Like, right? It's like a coloring book. Like we give them the outlines and we're like, hey, here's the rules. Like you make believe the shit out of it and make me something beautiful, right? So that's the best I can tell you from what Ryan said is absolutely on par. Like you need to engage the people on the ground, but
Do it in a day.
yeah.
Yes.
Bad words. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can blend
Yep.
both and get this fast. You can ingest
Yeah.
all the documents first and decompose it and grow
Yep.
them with natural language processing and semi-automated ontology software and vector similarity search and whatever, pick your RAG model. And so you can get far fast. What used to take us 90 days, you could do in
Couple hours.
Now, I will also add, on the note of doing it fast and potentially doing it poorly, the tool that Denise is talking about is one that is not just built on BFO and CCO, but it's built on the entire Tradecraft that we're talking about. The separation of semantic and operational layers, the Tradecraft you'll be learning about, is built into the model. And it goes cradle to gate, data to the output, data to the output. And it's supposed to fit into a broader pipeline or a broader workflow or a broader architecture like that, so that we can stop hiring ontologists to do ontologies. Basically.
Well, the basic stuff is what's kind of mental to me. Like, if I have to write one more dictionary, I mean, I do love dictionaries. Like, dictionaries are the best books in the universe, and I'll fight about that. But I don't want to write them again because they already exist.
Etymology dictionary, like etymology books.
Ah, the old ones, yeah, those are great. Dictionaries still love.
Run for the money, right?
Okay, so this is really, 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 really important because I see people make ontologies and then they pretend like this stuff doesn't apply to them. Because they're like, I made an ontology, isn't it great? I'm like, well, it depends what reality you live in. And then there's some ontologists that are like, only one reality exists. And I'm like, that's cute. Because it's not true. So these are things that we're looking at when it's actually implemented. When it's actually implemented, these are things that we see. All right. So like when I say only one reality, the philosophers can go philosophy and argue about what I said is right or wrong. I don't care. I'm telling you it's not true. So when I say semantic assumptions evolve, right? This is a huge one. This is a huge one. And this is why we're talking about when we talk about engineering, that we're accounting for like these different ways that people view the world. So what you'll see is, so one example I have is I have 5 systems right now that all started with the exact same baseline. All of them. They started with the same words. They started with the same taxonomy. Within 3 years, they are no longer interoperable.
Why?
Semantic assumptions, because they had different missions. They're not based on BFO and CCO. But even if they were, this still happens. I have a different mission. I have different, so like this is a military example, right? So let's say I have a system in Afghanistan. In Afghanistan, carrying around an AK-47 super normal. It doesn't like I would never put in my model, oh my gosh, this is dangerous. No, it's just whatever. That's what people do. In England, that's an issue. Like there's something wildly afoot. If somebody's walking around like that.
A great game.
Huh?
A great game.
A great game. Yeah, exactly. But, and that's like on a kind of absurd level, but imagine those semantic assumptions like keep changing. And as your mission and different things keep changing, Like the model's going to update, people are going to make changes, right? And these over time, if they're not governed, right? If they're not overlooked, that's when your semantic drift starts to happen. That's why governance. Yeah.
Yeah, but those are all not based in BFO. She's saying that
Yes. Yes, they absolutely.
It's not
even if you do it under BFO.
Absolutely.
BFO and governance.
the tradecraft.
It's the tradecraft.
Tradecraft.
It's the tradecraft. Yes.
Something changed in the context that
Yep.
make that word mean something different to somebody
Yep.
sometime. You
Yep.
have to track that and update it, and have a queue
Yep.
to that. And have some type of digital governance to queue to that when it happens.
But that's the service that I was referring back to.
That's so that's why we're calling it an OMS. That's part of the OMS is it's managing the entities. It's managing, like the human in the loop. It's again, this is why I will die on the hill that there will not be one ontology to rule them all. There will be lots of these micro ontologies that will be mapped together. And again, you guys hopefully are more clever than me and figure it out better. But that's how we're dealing with it. That's how we're coping. The local meanings emerging, fine. Implementations diverging, that's less of a concern. The multiplication, again, the mappings proliferating. My argument for this, though, because it's not honest to say that we're not going to have a lot of mappings. We're going to have a lot of mappings. But you know what? We also still currently have a lot of mappings because we're mapping system to system. But when the mappings are living in the knowledge layer and they're not living system to system, it doesn't become an end problem anymore. It becomes like an ontology focused or semantic reasoning focused mappings that exist and persist. And then the human compensation stuff, I'm a big fan. I deal with it like Barry does, and I just bully him. So I'd recommend that method if you can. If not, there you go. Yeah.
I have a question. Are you doing any work with for the Air Force at the enterprise level for like Army versus Air Force processes? The example I'll give is the Army airborne folks get on an Air Force C-130 to go jump out of a plane. Are you running into any issues with the Army? Is the Army even working on it, or have you even broached that topic?
So not that specific. I'm on a C-130 conducting airborne
Yeah, that was an
operations, but yeah, we do cross services stuff. I'm wholly indifferent to what other services call stuff. That's what all labels are for. That's what mappings are for. We do care about their processes as they impact ours, right? So it's just like you wouldn't ingest all of BFO and CCO. I'm not going to ingest all of their ontology. I'm going to ingest what I need for my system.
Yeah, but are you running into modeling differences and other semantic differences that make those interaction points not interact, not be semantically like the Army's modeling something one way, your modeling is something a different way?
Not if they're following BFO and CCO. People just building GarageBand ontologies, yeah.
I will. So I'm going to speak. So I actually do have several examples of folks using BFO and modeling things differently. Like there's downstream semantic differences and they're genuine semantic differences. But I'll also talk later about how that's not a problem. There's a strategy for alignment. It is mapping. You're going to have to map. But we always knew that. It's just how many mappings are you okay with?
Well, and who owns the mappings is my thing. So I'll tell you a story. I think I have time. Yeah, we have 4 minutes. So we had 3 systems. We absolutely needed to get them to talk to each other for months and months and months. We're just trying to chain 2 things of data, 2 different types of data. That's it. Like 2 classes, right? I flew backend developers. This is how I had to deal with it. I had to fly in 3 backend developers, 1 from Germany, 1 from Japan, and 1 in the United States. Sit them in a room with their laptops and make them open up their backend code. And said, okay, show me. And they're like, well, I don't, if you don't, I'm going to like Hulk smash, like I will go insane. So, but that is not tenable. Now imagine I have, and this is what I tell leaders, I have a knowledge layer or a semantic layer. I make the change there and it shall be. It is, so saith the semantic layer, right? Like it's not an option. Like this is where you reach into. This is where you get your meaning. This is where you get your logic. It is no longer you tell me, vendor, what I should think, right? And they can make suggestions. I'm not opposed to that. But as soon as they do, it's like it's community owned. So, all right, I only got a few minutes left. Are there any questions online?
We don't know.
Oh,
I have a question if we have time.
okay, let me just hit on this really, really quick. For those in the government, I will die on this hill, is that the government must own meaning. Now, when we're talking about that for the ontologists here, what that means is your models are owned by the government. That's what I'm advocating for. I am advocating that every ontology created, especially if it's for DOW, even if it was for a business, is owned by that entity. I don't think it should ever be black boxed. So specifically for the government, to me, that's a huge thing. But what I'm advocating for, and I will tell you that my stance is that if we are going to reach a place where AI is at least recommending decisions, right? I have to trust as a commander or as a leader that what it is doing is human explainable, right? First of all, it's using logic that I approve of. It's using terminology I approve of, and it's using inferencing that I approve of. That's the only way I know how to do that, right? And I do not believe morally nor technologically that should be outsourced. So yeah. Okay.
Damn right.
So 1 minute. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There are situations in government is super common that the authority source definitions are the law.
You're asking me?
Yeah, this is the common guy. But legislation can define things differently.
Of course it can. Yeah, so I don't care. Yeah, the government can define it however they want, and they don't have to agree, and that's fine.
If you have in one country, you can have different definitions, different laws about the same kind of thing. Like family.
So
to harmonize this.
you don't need to harmonize it. You just need to be able to understand it and inspect it. That's what we don't all have to get along in kumbaya. But if I own my model, I can show you as an ally my model, and you can show me your model because it's not proprietary. So you know exactly, like I hear what you're saying for interoperability, right? And we do work with Five Eyes and we work with various agencies. But the good news is if you're using BFO and CCO and both countries are agreeing, we can do mappings, right? So,
And we do. I skipped the Five Eyes meeting this morning that focuses on mapping the information exchange standard used in the UK with Basic Formal Ontology and Common Core. So, I mean, we want to allow for those perspectives. We just want them rigorous, formal,
and open,
grounding for executable code.
Let me see if we have, because I've been ignoring people online. Here, make the magic.
Man, I don't know what you're talking about.
Philosopher and an ontology walk into a room.
I mean, I just want everybody to know when she's talking about philosophers, she's not talking about me. Just to be clear. I agree with everything you said. Except that 155 thing. That was just
I said 150.
Whatever, either way.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Hi, I don't have a question, and this is partly for the last slide you just presented. There are some of like people at NJ that has like ontology that's being maintained right now, and why that is being used by a few folks. You said everybody should own it, while NGA is basically giving us this ontology that we can extend and be able to use. So there's one source of truth, and everybody's using the same standard. How do we bridge that together?
So I need you to maybe use smaller words because I don't understand what question you're asking.
So you your last slide that I don't know if you can put it up, where you like the words, the definition, like the government owning the ontology. We have like an ontology structure right now that is owned and operated published by the NGA. And that ontology is where a lot of us are stemming from right now. So that way there's a one source of truth, right? So that way, if a new ontology is coming on, we could say, go here, get what we have already, and then extend it, right? What you said was, whoever is building this ontology has to own it. How do we?
Oh, no. Okay.
Oh,
So
did I
I'm
mishear
not
that?
talking about, so when I say own something, I'm not talking about like Lord of the Rings, like my precious, right? I'm talking about that when I say like, so when I say NGA owns it, it's NGA's baby to do with what it wants. Like NGA is not getting charged for it. NGA is, when I say they own it, they're providing definitions, they're providing approval, they're providing like they are the SMEs on NGA stuff. So
And they might be the ontology point of contact or the ontology manager. They might have somebody appointed to manage various ontologies and say a broader reference set, all of which is owned by the government. So the government owns the meaning. There's processes by which things get into the reference set. And then there may be different points of contact representing different agencies like the Air Force, DIA, NGA, etc. And those are kind of like those contact links to the broader kind of government ownership.
And then Amy, I love folksonomies and I'm going to Ontology Hell for it. But
there is no such thing as ontology.
If there isn't, then I'm gonna make it.
It's wherever you.
It's wherever I am. So I think folksonomies, where I see them the most, is where users really desperately need an ontology. They don't know how to make one and they just make something up. And I love them because they're usually on like napkins and post-it notes and weird shit. I'm serious. And you take them and then you make magic out of them and you help everybody else because again, people aren't doing it nefariously. They're doing it to get their mission going. So I think I'm going late now. Okay. I have to be quiet, I
Yeah, I
think.
should start talking about Tradecraft.
Yeah, he has to actually make you guys smart and good at this. Feel free to reach out. I'll drop my email in chat. Maybe. And then
Did you see that Alex is taking us off? I'm gonna rip your arm out or something.
What?
Alex is asking if we'll arm wrestle.
Oh yeah. I don't want to embarrass him in front of his students.
As Denise is fond of saying, I will die on this hill.
I will die on this hill.
All right. So I first want to say I agree with everything that Denise said, except about the arm wrestling stuff. Anyway, we are cut from similar cloths in this respect. And so I'm thinking about ontology engineering as tradecraft focused and like trying to avoid common problems. I will be talking now about what that tradecraft is, how it is that you build something that you can trust that's authoritative. It goes in an authoritative semantic layer and how you do it quickly, even with a human in the loop. Although I will, again, point to this tool that we've been working on, the Ontos Cosmos tool suite, in the interest of not having to do what I'm about to describe. Because Barry and I can only train so fast, right? There's too much of a need for ontologists, but still. Oops, how did that? Okay. So, but because I am in a philosophy department, I do have to say something about philosophy. And I do have to say something about the relationship because it's partly because this came up on lunch. Somebody asked me why. Why is it the case that philosophers are talking about this? This is the same question I had when I left engineering school at NC State and I came to the University of Buffalo and I sat in a lecture with Barry who was talking about interoperability problems. And the engineer in me was like, yes, this is obviously true. Why is a philosopher talking about this? I was very curious. And I've come to understand why. It's partly because it's a challenging field, but it's partly because of the nature of philosophy. So the heart of philosophy, broadly speaking, is a methods exercise. We're identifying methods, agreed on methods for achieving answer or finding answers to really challenging questions. This is how sciences are born. And once consensus is reached over methods, they form the basis of some scientific discipline. This is a repeated pattern in history. Happened with Isaac Newton way back in the day, happened with William Wundt in psychology, more recently happened with linguistics. And it's worth noting that Chomsky over there used to argue in print with Hilary Putnam in philosophy journals about philosophy. Like the whole poverty of stimulus situation. That was an argument that went on in philosophy journals. There weren't guardrails. There wasn't consensus on methods, and so philosophy is where this landed. And the same with psychology, even more recently. Not that long ago, people were arguing in psychology journals or about psychology in philosophy journals. It's more recently been cordoned off as something of its own discipline. You would think that ontology engineering, you would think that this is a field that has such consensus and agreement that it is able to leave the mothership of philosophy. Unfortunately, that has not been the case. It's been, what, 25 years of people arguing about ontologies, how to use them, what we do that's different from like data wrangling or data modeling or data science or data blah, blah, blah. And there just has not been consensus around what we do, why it's important, and why it's different from other things. Despite. And there also, again, haven't been training programs, which are usually necessary for a scientific discipline to get off the ground. It's a little odd to me that only today, by the way, the PhD lab or link went live for the graduate program at UB. Only today. Graduate program, PhD, in the philosophy department, for God's sakes, in applied ontology, first of its kind, today. It's a little odd, right? Don't you think? Been around for a while. The philosophers turned engineers and engineers turned philosophers does not a discipline make. We always had to find consensus on methods, and it's only recently that we've gotten some agreement. And I will say, despite the fact that I'm a good cop, this is the one area in our field where I'm a bad cop, because what I'm saying is true. And if you disagree, you are wrong. And I will die on this hill because I'm tired of arguing about the stupid things at the foundations of our discipline. So what I'm saying is the way. What distinguishes ontology engineering from nearby disciplines? This is a question that we shouldn't have to ask, but it is one that we ask. I ask it at all the major conferences on ontologies, on ontology engineering. I go and I ask the audience, these people who have been here doing this stuff for decades, and they give me bad answers. Oh, ontology engineering is building ontologies. False. Wrong. Lots of people build ontologies. They use OWL. False. Lots of people use OWL. Like they model data. Yeah, so do a lot of people. They use AI and formal structures. Yeah, so do a lot of people. What makes us special? I will tell you what makes us special. It's a new era. New tradecraft. It's based on two pillars: interoperability and information quality. It's not just interoperability, guys. We do it with an eye towards improving information or data quality. If you're not doing both, you're not doing ontology. Not the way we're talking about it. Not the true way. And again, I will die on this hill. I'm going to see how many times I can say die on this hill.
Did I say it a lot?
Said it like 13 times. I'm going for 14. Interoperability. I won't belabor these points because we've been talking about them a lot, but I do want to hammer this in. So this is the promise. Formally well-defined machine interpretable control vocabularies designed to represent entities and logical relationships among them. That's what ontologies are.
I'll die on that.
Oh, that's what I'm not slowing down. I got a lot to cover. They make explicit, implicit meanings buried in data using basic logic. They provide that semantic layer, the authoritative semantic layer that connects silos. Interoperability itself is a very ambiguous term. I will just highlight 3 ways that you might interpret it. If you watch my lectures on YouTube, you will have seen this ad nauseum. Remember it, dream about it. There's human-human interoperability, human-machine, machine-machine. Human-human, that's us, guys. That's us. How do we align on meanings? The meanings that we use in our vocabularies and cite at different government agencies or enterprises or different local groups. How do we align? How do you know that when I say organization, I mean the same thing you do well enough? How do we know? The underlying conceit of interoperability along this axis is that any 2 speakers of a given natural language share some underlying formal structure, and ontologists try to find it. Human machine. This is how we take that common meaning and we put it into machine or encode it in machine in readable ways. And again, central conceit. Any 2 heterogeneous encodings share some underlying formal structure. This is a theme. Underlying blah, 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 share some underlying formal structure. Ontologists look for it. We find it. We suss it out. Machine, machine. Come on, man.
I'm opening
Independent computing systems exchanging, interpreting, processing data requires robust data structuring, shared semantics, exchange protocols. Again, heterogeneous information systems share some underlying formal structures. Underlying all of this formal structure. Where is it? How do we find it? How do we represent it? How do we get there? That's one side. That's one pillar. The other is information quality. We do the interoperability sussing out, the formal structure sussing out, spelling out to improve data and information quality. If we're not doing that, we're just building these kind of bespoke Baroque models that Denise was talking about. And they look really pretty. And I cannot wait later at the bar to flesh out what that an ontology walks into a bar joke concludes with. Because I got a lot of ideas. But look, this is just fitness of information for its intended use. Interoperability that's pursued without reflection on how information quality will or may be impacted in applications will fail. Information quality often that is pursued without reflection on how interoperability will be obtained will fail, and they'll fail for very obvious ways. You might build for information quality and get some quick wins, but you will not be able to integrate with your broader suite or other representations. You will find yourself recreating things that already exist. Semantic drift, we call it, over and over and over again. Now you have a label and a structure for organization. Now I do. How do we differ? I don't know, but now we got legacy systems we have to deal with. Great. Love that. You have to do them both. There are groups, somewhat successful groups, that do just one. Some groups that say take data sets and just stitch them together with Python. That's a way to solve interoperability problems. There are technical solutions to interoperability challenges. And if you are a large multi-billion-dollar company that has no debt and a lot of contracts with the government, then maybe you can corner that market and convince the government that the only way to solve interoperability challenges is by having a bunch of forward deployed engineers who write scripts that stitch together data sets. Let's not even talk about version controlling or the number of data sets you have to deal with. That's fine. That's fine. Just let them do their thing. They're not interested. They're not focused on information quality. I'm talking about Palantir if you guys aren't picking it up. There's actually a lot of research on, like, for example, the police department in Sweden, I think it's Sweden, they've sent out some research articles saying this is why we kicked them out. And it wasn't because Alex Karp is crazy. He is, but there are other reasons. It's because they're very good at stitching together data, but they're not very good at improving the data quality. And everybody knows the data quality is poor, generally speaking. They kept asking, you can read these reports. I was happy to send them to you. Maybe I'll just post them up here. Like reports would they come talk to our subject matter experts. Our SMEs would say, yeah, here's all the information we have about the domain. And then their technical, Python developers would go back and they do their kind of really focused local models and they generate something in a UI, a very pretty UI with like dots on a map. And they'd come back and say, hey, look, subject matter experts, look at what we did. And the SMEs would say, that's not interesting. That's what I told you. I want you to help me find new things. And they're like, okay, give us 6 months and some more millions. And they would. And they went back and they did it and they came back. And the SMEs were like, seriously? That's just what we told you. Yeah. It's because they don't have like an overarching focus on interoperability, finding new information that the SMEs maybe don't know about or know to think about. Now, how do you build that into your model? How do you build that in a way so that your code can read it, your agents can read it? Emphasizing one and not the other is a failure. It always has been, always will be. Same the other direction. We pursue both interoperability with an eye towards information quality improvement. Now, we do this with top-level ontologies. Helps give us a foundation on which we can see gaps, and you're going to hear a lot about what those gaps look like in just a second. We also do it with modularization by building ontologies that sit under something like the top level at BFO that have more specific guardrails that do disambiguation work as we get to the ground. Again, I love this picture. But ultimately, if you're thinking it from a government lens, I mean, I find this incredibly powerful. This is Rumsfeld, put your politics aside. He had a good point. Interoperability, what you know. Information quality lives in these spaces, known unknowns and unknown knowns. And what we're trying to do is minimize that last quadrant. And what we do when we go from the known stuff, just as Denise is pointing out, we spell out what we know very carefully so that we can leverage things like reasoners to infer logically unknown known stuff, known unknown stuff. And then we can prove that we know it because there's a logical connection back to what we know we know. And if we find out something that we think or that is entailed, it follows from everything we know, and we just disagree with it, we know how to fix it. We messed up somewhere because that's how logic works. All right. Everything I said up until now, hopefully, I mean, I see a lot of nods. Hopefully this made sense. It also doesn't fully characterize the field. It's almost there. This is the last piece of what characterizes ontology engineering. We are focused on systematic disambiguation of information. We are the only discipline that does this. Disambiguate here does not mean find a privileged representation of something. It doesn't mean take a label like target and find the right, perfect characterization of it. That's not what systematic disambiguation or just disambiguation means. We spell out the logical space of interpretations. I don't care what you call things. I care what they do. I don't care how you talk. I don't care what your systems say. Just be careful. Just be rigorous and logical so I can follow. That's all. I'm an idiot. I need baby steps. I need to see the connections. Now, this pedantry is great for my job, terrible for my marriage. And you could probably see why. It is pedantry, but it's needed because machines are dumb. They do exactly what you tell them. And in high stakes situations, I mean, we can get by a bit with agents now for sure. But in high stakes situations, I really, really, really need to know whether that's a school or not. All right. It's disambiguation stuff that we focus on. I mean, one of the values I see in using BFO is that it draws, it like builds into the model ambiguities that Barry has witnessed, I've witnessed over many, many years that you see all over data sets. Types versus instances. Barry pointed out, this is what he was saying. If you get this one thing, you're already so far downfield. Types versus instances. How many humans are in the room right now? Oh, got you all. There's one type human, right? And we're all instances of it. You get that, right? Get that. Algeria is not a class of things. That's a real example from somebody I won't name, but they were like, Algeria is a class of things. I was like, what are Algeria's instances? And that's the question you ask. Information versus what information is about. This is the most common confusion I see in data. People often, almost inevitably, confuse information for what it's about. A coordinate system is not the thing it represents. If you're tracking something, your dot on the map, your representation is not the thing. Because you could be wrong. And what happens when you're wrong? You better be able to represent that. Material versus immaterial things. I say like a given river versus where it used to flow. I'm not looking for water molecules. I'm not looking for ground. Where was it? Again, you very rarely see this stuff disambiguated in data. Processes versus products. This is a joke, by the way. Ontology engineering versus the products. I like baking a cake versus the cake. And it's all trade, again, just to tie back, because this is a philosophy class, just to tie back to Leibniz, who was, after Aristotle, the greatest philosopher. He had this law, and it's very simple. I use it all the time. It's baked into my mental model. If something has a property that some other thing doesn't have, then they can't be identical. An occupation code is a string of symbols. An occupation holder is not. They can't be the same thing. So if you've conflated them in your model, they have to have some property that's different. One's a string, the other's a human. A river consists of flowing water. The site where a river flowed doesn't have to. It's not. It's an immaterial thing. They have different properties. I use this all the time. Systematic disambiguation. It means disambiguating the logical space of interpretations. We do this under the scope of BFO using a tradecraft I'm going to get into in just a second. But it doesn't mean, because of the tradecraft, because of the top level that we use and the methodology we use by spelling it out, it doesn't mean boiling the ocean. You'll hear that phrase sometimes. In the semantic web, when it first got kicked off, I was saying earlier, folks were like, I don't think we should try to map everything on the web. That's boiling the ocean. Tim Berners-Lee had big ambitions, but we weren't doing that. We're not doing that. This is spelling out according to a methodology, a systematic disambiguation. We're not refining or spelling out the logical space of everything, just some things. So I began this very brief interlude here with what distinguishes ontology engineering from nearby disciplines. This is it. This is what distinguishes us from every other discipline. This is what we do best. We systematically disambiguate with an eye towards addressing interoperability problems while also simultaneously addressing information quality problems or improving data quality or information. No other discipline does this. This is what we do. Tradecraft is a recipe. Now, how do you operationalize this? Suppose you're given a task of representing some domain. You want to use machines to answer important questions about it. This is great. Piece of cake, right? For everything you guys have heard so far, just use a BFO. Check it out. It's BFO, guys. No big deal. Only a couple of classes. Right? Right? Look, it is baked into the model that we're just disambiguating things. And so all these ambiguities, they have like real world correlates and they have classes built in. Types versus instances. Salt is a type, sodium chloride is a type. There's a pictorial representation of sodium chloride right here. Right? You get that. It's built into the model. Information versus what it's about. You might want to model rates of reactions or whatnot. Oh, right. We have information representations. They fall into this class called generically dependent continuance, which you'll hear a lot about, which Barry says he gave the name to because it was so ugly, you'd never confuse it with anything else. And then immediately created a subclass called information. But yes, you'll never confuse generically dependent continuance. They're not material things. They're also not sites where stuff is located. They're like repeatable patterns in the world, like clouds in the sky, or my mom's face in the sky. Oh, you like that? It's a joke. But we separate what they are from what they're about. Material versus immaterial things. The beakers, where they're located. Sodium chloride, where it's located. The liquid, where it's located. Different things. Different things can occupy the same space. Processes versus product, like rates that you might be measuring with information versus the outputs of the rates. This is worth belaboring. It is so obvious what I'm saying, right? This is so obvious. It is too obvious. It is so obvious you will forget to put it in your data. Over and over again, this is what happens. It's so obvious. You know when I'm saying this, I'm right. But you'll forget. I want to walk through some of this. Just a little. Before I give you a recipe. Because I want you to understand some of BFO. I don't want you to understand all of it. It's not what I'm interested in. Just enough to do some exercises. Here's a dependency chain you should think through. Processes. We say they can have like processes like me talking, for example, or sodium chloride dissolving. They have realizations, we say. Like sodium chloride is a great example. Dissolving is realized, right? Or dissolving is a realization, we'll say. Now, it's grounded in something that's often not included in your data, which is some realizable entity. So being soluble is not the same thing as dissolving. You can have salt that's soluble that never dissolves. Those are two different things. We connect them with this has realization relationship. This is a good thing to keep in mind. That we call this a realizable entity. Again, an ugly name. A couple of subclasses of it. I won't get into them right now, but these are where explanations live. We often encounter material things like salt and processes like what they do. We don't always connect why they do what they do, but the connection is the explanation for why they do what they do. If I'm training agents to find out explanations for things, combinations of all sorts of data, I'm usually interested in why. Now, in a lot of information or data that I see, I don't see placeholders for why. I found it incredibly valuable for putting placeholders under realizable entities for explanations for why this material thing is doing something over here. Now the agents can then have a direction or a target to suss out why.
Will that be done automatically, John? Are you saying that will be done automatically?
Yeah, and Jeremy is going to talk about it. It's one of the insights that we had when we were working on the phases project. He's going to talk about that when he's giving his presentation, but like spotting explanations. And he's found it really valuable when he's talking like finance and sectors about this. Because they're like, oh, I do want to know why that money moved. Because I see it. I see what it does, but I don't know why. Yeah, that's where realizables go, like the explanations, not like the textual representation of the explanation, but like just like the solubility example. You have salt, you see it dissolving. Okay, now why? Mm-hmm.
So when we use, we have our DSQs, we ask,
Mm-hmm.
we're asking the question, like we get a response back in theory for this, like, how do we then have to ask why? Like, do we have to do the follow to why, or in this, like, would it tell us why?
But usually, it depends on who you're asking. Like, what are you asking? So you have a decision support question or a competency question. And so these for I'll talk about this in a second, but they're usually kind of ways to scope out the model you're building and also ways to test that your ontology has satisfied your needs, your requirements. And so you're asking about like, would we need to go forth and ask this follow-up question? I would wait till the end of this and you'll see some questions that should be like baseline. And one of the questions that should always, I think, go into the models is why. Now, if you've set up your architecture in a way like Jeremy's, it will start pinging on why without you having to ask the question. And I think that's actually the ideal, like build it into the model so it's disambiguating without you needing to remember. But I will say what I just said about the competency questions, he built into his model. So you just don't have to ask it, but it's being asked. Material thing, right? That's what the salt is. We have representations for all of that. Sites, right? This is river in some location. No material, like little holes, like the trunk of your car. I'm not going to tell you. Temporal regions as well. We want to know when things happen, right? When they're located where they are, when solubility occurs. More dependency chains, material things located in sites. We have, I'm highlighting this on purpose because these are logical relationships. Located in is a logical relationship between material things and sites. And we build that directly into the model. Some site at a time. Information can be about all of this stuff. And we locate it here in the generically dependent continuum. And we say you can make information about everything because there are patterns everywhere. Now I went through this quickly on purpose because now I want to get even more quickly into this. We're scoping our domain with a specific example. This one. Now, if you've seen my YouTube channel, you've probably seen this example. Then you should probably know how to do this, but I have a feeling you don't. So I keep having the same conversations with people, but there really is a recipe here. Say you're asking this question, at what speed does a patrol boat move in knots over an hour? This is one of the many questions you might want to ask about a domain. You can construct, in a principled way, classes and relationship structures around this question to generate ontology content. Here's BFO represented in Protégé, which you're going to get some familiarity with in a moment. And there's a 7-step set of questions to ask yourself when you're dealing with competency questions. And they're organized this way on purpose, as you will see. Ask yourself, what in your question has material parts? What can you touch? What qualities does that material thing have? If you were talking to some kind of sketch artist, how would you describe it? That's the idea. How would you describe this to a sketch artist? Material, what can the material things do? Can they dissolve? Can they fly? Can they smile? Can they frown? What do they do? That's a separate question. What can they do versus what do they do? Where are they located? When are they located? Any information you might talk about all the other stuff with. There's a reason 7 is information. You save that for last when you're modeling because you will invariably confuse it with something else if you don't. You will get into questions about qualities versus representations of qualities. You'll confuse yourself. Save it for last. Just save it for last. I'm going to say that one more time. Save it for last. I'm going to be walking around. Save it for last. Yeah.
Just walk us through.
About to. I'm about to. Heck yeah. I'm not just gonna let you guys do it by yourself. No. Here, at what speed does a patrol boat move in knots over an hour? A patrol boat is a material thing. You can touch it, you can get on it, you can party on it. You probably do on July 4th, right? Processes. What does it do? Now, note I skipped quality. That's the thing you tell a sketch artist, right? I skipped it because to me, this question isn't really asking anything about the qualities. I don't really need to spell out the qualities for the specific questions. Now, this is probably, do you? For this? Now, I suspect that would be probably stored in another question, right? Here's one way to think about this. This is just one question out of a set of questions. Now it's likely that somewhere else in the set of questions, there are references to qualities, like what you would describe to a sketch artist. And if they're not, well, I think you need to add more questions. That's a great exercise too, by the way. Like sometimes I will give this to operators when I did this in SOCOM. I gave them one question and they started asking all these other questions. I was like, it's great. It's great. Don't you see how many other questions you reveal by walking through this process? This process helped you see all these other questions that you actually needed to answer, where it was a little more complicated. But no, this is a great point. Presumably there will be a full set of questions, but if not, this will help you find new questions. But I skipped on this one because there's not a direct reference to qualities. There is a direct reference to process and active motion. I'm talking about movement. I skipped realizables too. Well, I will skip realizables, but I also want to point this out because there's reference to speed. Now, speed is ambiguous. It could mean many things by speed. Remember, systematic disambiguation. You could mean speed is like something moving quickly, or you could mean some kind of description of something's rate of motion, like you'd see in a physics textbook. At this point, while you're walking through the recipe, it's unclear. I'm not sure. I don't want you to spend time on this yet. You will return, mark it with an asterisk and move on. Because if you don't, you will not finish the list. Again, I've taught this many times. You just won't finish the list. You will argue and argue and argue. Just mark it, note it, move on. You got to get through the list. At what speed does a patrol boat move in knots over an hour? Knots, this is a measurement, right? This is information about stuff. Right? Knots, some kind of unit. This is sort of units that Barry was talking about, although I don't think it's an SI unit, is it? Hours, another one. Asterisks. Hours could be, you could be talking about representations of hours, like you'd see in a clock, or you could be talking about actual time, movement that the information's about. And note I skipped realizables, I skipped sites. I don't need sites. I'm not talking about where the things are here. Maybe on other questions I would be.
If you're going to calculate speed, you would need to know where it starts and where it ends.
Am I calculating speed? Am I calculating speed? At what speed? You're given the speed. You're given the speed. At what speed? Don't worry. Don't worry. There's actually an example where I ask you a question about the average speed coming. That's much more interesting. For this, you were saying at what speed? Let's say you have a database with the speed. You're querying against the speeds that have been recorded. You're not doing a calculation. Yeah. Sites, realizables also. I'm skipping that. I don't really need them for this question. I mean, I want them. We all want them. Disambiguation. Return to this. Return to speed as a process versus information about it. Speed could be the magnitude of change in a position over time, something you'd read right out of a physics book, or it could just mean the changing of position in time, which is a process. The first is presumably about the second, but they are different things. Here's your question. If you're wanting to just focus on the competency question, which one is the competency question about? Maybe, could be. I personally spell them both out. I don't do it for this exercise just to keep it simple, but systematic disambiguation is spelling them all out, representing them all. You don't always need them all when you're using things in an operational layer. You will often build a bigger model than what you will need, but you will cut what you need for your operational layer, and you will have this. Same for knots. But after you work through this stuff, and I made some distinctions here, And by the way, if you're concerned about my specific executive decisions in this example, of course there are different ways to model this. Of course. Stick with this. Just made some executive decisions on purpose. The focus. So simplify the list though after you spell this out, because we're human beings and we have bad attention spans. And you don't want to look at all that nonsense. Look at how messy that is. That's gross. You don't want to look at that. Simplify the list. Now look how pretty it is. Reflect on the relationships now. Now you've got like things in the world represented by various classes that fall under various classes in BFO. And now we want to connect them, like location, realizable, realization. In this case, we're going to have some relationships between measurements, right? We have another 7 steps, right? Just quick and easy that connect qualities to material entities, realizable things to material entities, processes to material entities, realizable things like solubility to processes like dissolving, immaterial locations of entities like location, located in, when things exist, and then how things relate information-wise. We have formalisms to spell out all of these pieces. You don't need to remember all of this. You just need to walk through the ones you need. Again, simplify the list. You have that little shortened class or set of classes or instances that fall into BFO classes. You just need to draw the lines between the ones that you have on your simplified list. Here, I've done some of this work for you. I've marked off 4 of them, and now you just need to focus on processes related to material things, information, and when things exist. And you can just spell this out one after another. Patrol boats participate in processes. Participates in as a relationship in BFO's property or relation hierarchy. You see it right there. Motion exists at some temporal region. Anything that happens, any motion, any process has to have some temporal region at which it exists. It exists in time. Knots, measurements are about speed. I'm just drawing lines, right? Just drawing lines. In fact, I'm just drawing lines. You see at the top, classes, patrol ship. This is something you might see in a Common Core ontology, but it's a material entity that sits under BFO's material entity hierarchy. You know,
Is information content entity?
It is. Information content entity. Yeah, I'm just speaking loosely here, although precisely because it's the only one. Active motion, that class in gold there, it's a process. Sits under there. It's just got it's a class that extends under process and BFO. So all of these things sit under BFO. You got process profile again, BFO extended. You've got speed that sits under that. The things in purple are instances. So these are the things in the world. That patrol boat participating in that specific active motion that has some speed and exists at some temporal region. Now note these relationships, like spelling all of this stuff out, this is the name of the game. If I want to flesh out that very simple question, I spell out all these pieces and these logical connections between them. I will note in OWL, which is a formalism that we use when we're doing ontology engineering in the real world, for right now at least, until we get our stuff together tooling wise, it's restricted to connecting instances to instances. So patrol ships to acts of motion. So participates in is a relationship that's only going to apply at the instance level or the knowledge graph level. Anytime you assert such a relationship, it's going to apply there. We can assert things on classes like class restrictions, like every material entity has to have some material part. But what that literally means is every instance of material entity is related to some material entity. So it's interpreted that way. This is a design pattern. This is sort of a middle ground between like implementing in OWL or RDF, the sort of recipe that I was just describing. You don't have to follow this step. I often don't, but that's because I know the recipe pretty well. And I just kind of work in the RDF file myself. But this is very helpful for folks if you want to visualize, like send a leadership and say, look at this pretty diagram I have. And if you're interested in finding kind of a segue between the RDF files or the turtle files or something that you'd use in code, in this, I'd suggest Markdown. So that way you can just translate between them. Now, I did just reference something and nobody stopped me. I said RDF. said, nobody's paused and said, John, what is RDF? That's great. Oh, great. Perfect. Love it. RDF. So this is where we're moving from that recipe methodology into actual encoding this stuff. This is the sort of thing that you'll be doing in the exercise. You'll be thinking hard about following the recipes, or at least toying around with some recipes, maybe, if you get to the advanced challenges. But really, I want you to get some comfortability with building things today. And you'll be building them with the tools from the Semantic website, which is how we flow usually. So RDF, just some terminology real quick with some examples. So this is a resource description framework. Ambiguity here. Ambiguity abides. RDF is sometimes used to refer to the data model. RDF, the resource description framework, which is a triple structure. It's a triple structure that has IRIs and potentially like textual or literals in the last place, but it's subject, predicate, object structure. That's all it is, triples. It is sometimes used to describe a specific vocabulary that implements the data model, but they are not the same thing. Although the implementation aligns to the data model. Here's a triple example. Mary has a job, some executive, good for her. Subject, predicate, object. She's doing great. She's really
good job,
outstanding.
Mary.
I mean, she's working hard, man. You can have it all. And what you have here are IRIs. So subject, predicate, object, they look like URLs, right? Like they're internationalized resource identifiers. They're the sorts of things that pick out classes, relations, instances. They're supposed to be resolvable in the sense that you can plug it into your browser and you can pop up a little page of information about it. And you always know where it is. They're supposed to be globally unique. So one IRI fits this one thing. And if you're going to change it, if you're going to change the semantics of whatever you're talking about, you better deprecate. I have some policy for deprecation. Don't just change the semantics, but here's sort of what they look like. I'll give you some examples. Example, occupation, married. Example, occupation, has job. But it looks very much like a URL. You can see this here. This is what you might see in a file when you're playing around in VS Code, like many of you will. You would see a representation of this. Now, what you're seeing at the very top is, texted in a different way on purpose. That EX is a prefix. Example prefix like https://www.example.com/pause. Prefix, because I didn't want to write all that out, just call it EX. This is following the terse triple format. This is a turtle or a terse triple language, I think it is. Turtle is it's a flavor, a serialization of RDF that's easier to read. One of the reasons it's easier to read than like RDF XML, which is very verbose and expansive, like XML tends to be. One of the ways in which this is an easier syntax to read is because it allows me to say things like EX : instead of HTTP, blah, 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 blah. But we'll be working with stuff that looks more like this. And then I give patrol boat, in this case, a little name. Patrol ship, I should say, _1. I do have a convention of giving instances numerical content in the names, just so I can keep them separate from classes that might have the same name. I encourage you to do that as well. You'll see that in the design pattern. You'll see that in the examples. Participates in, though, that's from BFO. I actually should say BFO : my bad. Thanks for catching that. BFO participates in. This is a relation that is spelled out in the ISO standard. So the prefix should be BFO, and it should be like https : //obo.purl. something, and it's got like BFO and caps _000000 blah blah blah. But we don't want to write all that, so we're just going to say participates in. Then an example, active motion, which I introduced here. So this is a triple RDF conformant using terse triple language. The turtle format is serialization, so we don't have to spell out all the HTTP stuff. But it's representing that participation relationship between the patrol ship and the active motion. This is what the machines will see. That's what they see. They don't see your diagrams. They don't see the philosophy. That's what they see. It's really important to keep that in mind because that's what they see. So if you're debugging, if you've ever debugged an ontology application, this is where you look, right? We figure out what went wrong in formalism. Right there. Now we don't just stick with RDF because RDF doesn't give us too much guidance beyond like relating triple or creating triples and relating subjects to objects. We also want class structure, which we've talked about, classes versus instances, types versus instances, right? RDFS, the schema, is a vocabulary that logically extends. That is, it expands on RDF, it is conformant to and expands on RDF, and it adds things like class, subclass, domain, range, subproperty. Property, by the way, means relation. Data types, literals, labels, all the annotation stuff, but the important thing for us, classes, subclasses. When we say something is an RDF type, which is part of the RDF spec, which is supposed to be a relationship between like an instance and a class. In RDF pure, it's not actually true because there is no RDF vocabulary term for class. It's an RDFS, the expansion. You just never see them come apart. So it's easy to overlook. But again, if your system is just using the RDF vocabulary and you put type in, RDF type, and you think you're making a triple assertion about an instance in a class, your machine does not have the semantics to spell that out. It doesn't have the background. If you call an OWL API or an RDF API to check that, it's not going to get the results that you think. You have to also have the RDFS schema or that schema language built in too, because it's not going to know how to interpret class. Okay. I'm pointing these examples out because I've worked in systems a lot. It's probably obvious to you. It should be. I just don't want you to fall into these same mistakes that I've encountered. So in any event, we need classes. We need subclasses. And classes are just here. Exactly what you said. The sorts of general claims or groupings which instances fall under. Subclass of is the relationship across classes or between classes. When I say something is a subclass of something else, like a mammal or a human is a subclass of a mammal, what I mean is that all the instances of human are also instances of mammal. Track the triples. John is a human. Humans subclass of mammal. It follows that John is a mammal. That is logical. We can also represent things like data types like knots, strings. There's a whole standard for schema for like logic around things like decimals and booleans that's built into RDFS schema. We can represent, for example, classes or a we could say the patrol ship, that yellow up there. It's a type of class. And we would have to, because the machine wouldn't know. You have to be very specific. It's a type of class. But look, I'm using RDF type. Observe, I'm not asserting there's an instance. I'm saying this RDF, or type, holds between a class and this more general notion of class in RDFS. Also an active motion, subclass of process. Like I said a minute ago, everything fits here in this example under BFO. Active motion is a subclass of process. Any active motion is also a process. So any properties that processes have, it's going to be inherited by acts of motion. So for example, if a process has to have a beginning and it has to have at least two process parts, guess what an active motion
Can you hear
is?
me?
No, hold on. I'm almost done. Control shift. All right. I want to get over to OWL. Hold on, I'm not done. Almost done. OWL. So we talked a little bit about this. OWL, logical extension of RDF and RDFS. It adds formal structure, logical structure, beyond classes, subclasses, stuff like that. You can represent, as you can in any basic logic, nothing and everything, tops and bottoms, lattice structures. Somebody needs to mute themselves. Don't make me do it for you. I will be upset. I'm getting there. I'm almost done. Thank you. Nothing, everything. Also unions of things. You have a class over here, you have a class over here. I want to talk about them both under one heading. I can union them. I can assert that they are union together. And it's just that Venn diagram that you have in your mind right now, I assume. A union of two things, unicorns and police. Punicorns. the union. You can also exactly. You can also talk about disjoint things, which is that was probably a better example. Unicorns and police. There are no unicorns that are police or police that are unicorns, and you can assert that directly in the model. You have the two classes, and what you mean is when you say they are disjoint, is there are no such things as police officer unicorns or unicorn police officers. That's a very powerful logical statement to make, by the way. Not in that example, but if you can find disjointness, you get a lot of new stuff inferred. You've bifurcated the classes. You've said everything on this side is not on that side. That is very logically helpful, especially if you start combining or different things that overlap on one of those sides. We're actually going to do that. I'm highlighting that on purpose because the exercises tomorrow get a little technical, and we're going to be talking about the intersections of classes and disjointness and how you can infer very interesting things from some subtle but kind of obvious logic of disjointness. Additionally, we can talk about when two things are the same. I love this so much because to me, this is where it all hits the rubber meets the road, man. I said a minute ago, I don't care if you talk one way and some other groups talks another way. I don't care. I also don't want to argue about it with you, and I don't want to think about what you're saying. I'm so lazy. So I just don't. What I want to do is spell out what you're saying very carefully. Spell out what you're saying very carefully and push a button and let a machine tell me when you guys are talking past each other or not. And I can. We do that. It's beautiful when it happens. People's eyes pop up and be like, oh my God, you know what? I didn't even notice. I was saying organization, and I meant the sort of thing that has to always have at least two members. And Bob over there allowed for organizations sometimes in their life to have just one member. And we would have never found that out, except in this case, when my boss was on me about it and it somehow mattered. And now I can prove when we're talking to each other and when we're not. But I have to think about it. I have to talk to Bob because he's a jerk. We all know Bob. I didn't want to talk to him. I want the machine to do this for me. And how do I get there? I spell out the logic very carefully. It is the identity, and we can represent it, not just represent it when we know it's there. We can run reasoners, write queries that add the triples that say two things are identical when they are. And we can justify that with logic, with proofs, with evidence from the models that we build. And that, to me, is where we get over to entity resolution. At least it's part of that story, right? And how do you get to identity? Spelling these things out. When we talk about something being related to something else, when we talk about a class structure over here, a taxonomy formally related to another taxonomy, because that's what ontologies do. They're not just they're taxonomies in proper parts, but they have formal relationships that connect parts of taxonomies to other parts of taxonomies. That's a web. It's a web of logic that allows you to infer in some cases when two things are identical. When you can do that again, it's like gangbusters. Love it. Or when something's not related to something else, or when something's an instance. Asserted facts. So we want asserted facts, OWL definitions, reasoning, and inferred facts. That's what we're trying to get. So look at this, asserted. Patrol boat, type of patrol boat. Patrol boat 1 is a type of patrol boat. Patrol boat 1 participates in an active or in motion. Motion is a type of active motion. You can infer the patrol boat is a type of moving patrol boat. I'm saying this very quickly because you're going to do this exercise. Yeah, I got just a minute. Okay.
For the more amount of assertions you have, increase the inferencing power of ontology. So if you have like 20,000, you can infer better.
Yeah, think about it this way. So you're adding in, the more assertions you're adding, the more you're constraining what's possible in your domain. So if you just have an assertion at the top of your, like in your file that says everything is an entity, and entities have some properties, you're not really setting much. You're not really constrained the ways in which your model can be interpreted. Now, if you say also that there's this division between continuant things that exist in time, and things that exist over time, and there is no such thing as a thing that exists in time that is also a thing that exists over time, because that's a fundamental division. Now you've bifurcated the space, and now you've restricted the space of interpretations. So now you can also infer new information, and the more you add to restrict the space, the more information you can infer. Think about it by analogy. playing Clue. It's like playing Clue. I want to figure out who done it. I start adding facts to my data, right? And once I get enough facts, I can say it was Bob, because it was always Bob.
It's always Bob.
Always Bob. I don't have any minutes left, do I? What's the?
It's 3 o'clock.
I knew it was going to take this long.
I know.
Do we have a break now?
We should. Yeah.
Okay, let's take a break, because when we get back, I'm going to talk about exercises. And what I'm going to do is set us up to do the exercises. And then on the cuff, off the cuff, because I didn't have a chance to take any questions, I'll start fielding questions while folks are working. So with that, go take a break. We'll be right back.
How long, Don?
15 minutes.
I want to get Zoom logged in. Oh yeah.
Then we're gonna shift over into the exercises. Okay, and we have you have here the README. Here's the link right there. Exercises day 1. If you're starting over here in the base page, it's just under exercises day 1. Click on that. It'll take you here. You'll have this little README at the bottom that'll tell you what to do next. You gotta complete for this exercise a Protégé setup. So we'll be using the tool Protégé. This is an ontology editing tool. I think I have a lot of bad things to say about it. I don't need to say them all here, so I won't. But generally speaking, it's not something that I would ever recommend for actual work. It's not really designed for that purpose. So not for enterprise level or even like professional level development of ontology engineering. I think I will talk about this later, but I consider it to be sort of a first gen ontology editing software. Whereas there are other second-gen ontology editing softwares of the sort, say, that Denise and I were talking about earlier, that are preferable when you're trying to scale this and validate ontology. So that said, Protégé is an excellent tool for teaching people about ontologies and reasoners and inferencing. So it's very good at that, and honestly, that's probably been its most widely used use case. So for our purposes, it's not a bad thing that we're going to learn to use Protégé a little bit. I would definitely not recommend it in your professional environments. This is for educational purposes, okay? And do not go say that John Beverley said to use this. Mark would love that. Don't do it. In any event, so there's a Protégé README. It'll help you set up Protégé. It shouldn't be too challenging. It covers instructions. I'll let you read this. You download, I'm talking about the desktop version here. You download it here. There's some instructions for Windows, Mac, Linux, or Mac Linux, and then Protégé Getting Started Guide all the way down here. We're also going to import some ontologies, BFO in particular, to test to see that you've gotten Protégé set up correctly. So just follow the instructions step by step, play around a little bit, work your way to the end. That will get you set up so that we can move on to the exercise instructions. Sure, in step 2. So you're going to have time to do this. I'm going to be available. You can either hit me up here in the chat. You can email me. I'll have my computer up as well. So either way, folks in the room here, you can ask questions directly, obviously. If you struggle with anything, reach out, post on the discussion board if you need to. If you think that's just we'll be monitoring all of them. Just ask your question instead of sitting there. We will answer. We'll work on it. Exercise instructions are probably the place where you'll have more questions than in the Protégé setup. But here I want to walk through this. This is just to get you familiar with the Tradecraft moving into the encoding. I've done quite a bit of the modeling work for you up front, but I want to get to the encoding part into OWL. So OWL/RDFS/RDF. Which you'll be able to see and check and test in Protégé. So, and for this, you'll have a task of like spelling out a formal structure under BFO, that structure that you've already seen, the patrol boat example. And you also have the opportunity, you'll be encouraged, you'll be required if you're taking this for serious, to test that model using a reasoner. I give you I give you what reasoner to use. And you can find it in your reasoning tab in Protégé. You can just click on it and hit start reasoner, right? And what it'll do is it will draw out logical inferences about the model that you've generated. I'll also have you break the model, then fix the model. That's what you'll be doing in this exercise. So again, broadly speaking, you're going to learn how to encode that patrol boat example in OWL, check it with a reasoner to see what follows from your assertions, break it, then fix it. And you walk through each of the steps. And if you, and that is essentially what's happening in this exercise. Now, if you're familiar, and I won't go through the details because I've laid this out pretty carefully, just follow the steps. Now, if you're familiar with RDFL, RDFS, and reasoning and whatnot, there's also some more advanced challenges. I don't want you to be sitting around not doing anything. So maybe you're familiar already with building models, checking them or checking inferences from them, breaking them, fixing them. And so maybe you just speed run this exercise and you got it. I know Greg over here is like, give me something more interesting. So for folks like Greg who have done these exercises before, and Claire and Ryan and Martina, there's some advanced challenges here. And these are going to walk through examples of how you can classify different entities or draw new inferences based on like value restrictions of classes. You can assert things about classes and the instances that fall under them, and then infer new information about the classes or about the things that fall under those classes. You will get to explore that sort of topic in the advanced challenge 4 here. So with that, start here. Exercise works first, the babies. If you've done it before, do it again. Even if you've done it before, do it again, I insist. I don't want to come quiz you when you haven't done it. And if you have this discussion, wherever.
So we got like 15 minutes left. So John's going to give some closing remarks and then go from there.
Hello. Hopefully you guys have had a lot of fun with the exercise. Hopefully you didn't find it too particularly challenging. So tomorrow we're going to dig a little deeper. So I'm going to talk in a little more detail about the recipe. I'm also going to give you design patterns that you can kind of just lift off without having to work through them in detail yourself. I would like that very much. I would like for you to go off and take resources that you could just use and never talk to me again. I like you, but I'm busy. We're all too busy. So I would prefer that you take stuff, so we'll bring stuff for you to take. Now, Barry's also going to talk about some things, some modeling challenges, some challenging, tough areas that you'll find modeling appear, like when we're discussing systems. What is the system? It can be quite complicated. What is the legal space? It can be quite complicated. I will also be talking about some challenging modeling, although I will give you, again, design patterns, very clear guidelines on what it looks like. I will be talking more specifically about how do you model things that don't exist. And this will link up with a lot of the questions that came up today. So things like, how do I model in a non-BFO conformant ontology? How do I connect one map from another in a logically precise way? I will show you. And it has to do with modeling unreal things. Not because these other systems aren't real or these other structures aren't real, but because the fundamental logic on how you model things that aren't real works to model across different architectures. So I'll show you that in detail and give it to you, and you can just take it with you and do what you will. We'll also talk, we'll get hands-on guidance or exposure to that modeling. I have very, very challenging exercises for tomorrow. Very challenging exercises. That's okay. I will be a little more hands-on in walking you through how they work. At the end of it, I will say, I don't want you to ever do this again. I want you to instead use tools. I want you to instead use design patterns to feed them to your systems, code them in, hard code them if you need to, let your agents read them, use tools that do this for you so that you don't have to do it. But I do want you to understand how hard it is what we do, why tools that do work, how you would build your own if you were to build them according to the Tradecraft, and how you should expect agents to interact with them, which will set us up for day 3 and 4, where we get heavy onto the agentic aspect. All right, I don't have anything else. Do you have any questions, compliments, concerns? I did say compliments. I'm not gonna stop, man. I feed on praise. Yes.
For the recordings of the presentation, will those be posted in the repository or some like shared file?
I'll probably post them on YouTube.
Okay.
But then there'll be links from the page, and then links from the GitHub. So try to give you multiple access points, ultimately pointing to YouTube.
Awesome.
Anything else?
We also get a copy of the slides.
Absolutely. Slides will be up in the GitHub repo. I'll corral Barry, get his slides.
Can we have Denise's slides?
That's up to Denise.
Yeah.
Denise said
Ryan has a copy of the Air Force ones, just so you know.
Oh,
Sorry.
Is there a simpler software to Protégé? I love the chat thread. Protégé hate fest.
As it should be.
Is there simpler software than Protégé? Yeah, so like I said, that's first gen. I consider that first gen. You'd also find tools like Top Raid, first gen tooling. They kind of, and I'll talk a little bit more about this later, but what I mean by first gen is to kind of encourage the modeling like techniques that you just did. Like they encourage that kind of slow process, that methodical process. Second gen tooling of the sort that's like R&D right now, but it's made progress. Kind of gets rid of that. Because ultimately, and I'll say a lot more about this in the last day when I'm telling you what my vision for the future of the field is ontology modeling shouldn't be the thing that ontologists do the most or focus on. It should be helping people figure out, helping stakeholders, researchers, whatever, figure out what questions you should be asking your models. That is a harder thing to do, I think. I think ontology development is largely algorithmic once you have the proper setup. We'll build the proper setup. With that, yeah. I mean, that was a natural stopping place, but I do have 9 minutes. So questions. I'll do it again. I mean, I'll rope it around, have a nice landing. Y'all have any questions? I thought we were going to debate about something.
Those philosophers.
Oh,
My thing, what I say is philosophers have never met a problem they can't stare at. It's really fucking hard.
So much.
I would love to be proven wrong, like you've proven me wrong, but be
so hard that
be the change.
Philosopher anymore.
Yeah. Engineer.
It's true, like 30, 25 years, 20 years of ontology development, so much staring at problems.
Yep, just
admiring the problem.
Yeah.
Pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's nice.
I think I know how to fix it, but I'm not going to say anything. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, so this is going to be kind of a philosophy question, I guess.
John, just say what it is.
Yeah. So I guess I'm coming from a more like
Are you there?
Hello?
Your mic's not working.
You're muted if you're talking.
Checking. Hello.
Yeah, what's that? Good one.
Sure. So this is on one of your slides earlier on today. Are ontologies really the way to cure AI being crazy, or is that or is it not as like simple as I'm explaining, and they're part of the way to solve it, but not like the whole way to solve it?
Yeah, I mean, depending on what you mean by them being crazy.
We'll go with
hallucinating. Yeah. I mean, like the question varies depending on what you're trying to do with them, right? I mean, you can ask generative AI models all sorts of questions to get reasonable answers. For me, where the rubber meets the proverbial road is in high stakes questions, where I want like high certainty, like is that a hospital? Or how much Motrin should I give my daughter?
Very important.
And when I'm talking to a physician and they tell me how much Motrin to give my daughter, I can like inquire. In fact, I'll give you a real example of this, not with my daughter, but my wife. She's pregnant with her first child or daughter. She turned beet red about like 4 months in, just head to toe, beet red, rash, like all over. She's not really allergic to things, so we're very frightened. This was in the middle of COVID. So we're like, uh-oh. So we rushed to the ER. We were sitting there and they're figuring out like what's going on. She had some kind of histamine reaction. And so they gave her like prednisone. That's what it was. It's a standard for pregnant women. I was sitting over there looking at my phone. I saw that a meta-analysis had been released the day before about prednisone in women in this trimester. At this time, like this sub-trimester, and it was like birth defects. So I was like, hey, nurse practitioner, we need to talk. She took the information back to the physician. They gave her something else. I
I want to be able to, I trusted the physician to be reasonable, read the evidence, update the evidence. I trusted that if I continue to inquire, this physician would be able to satisfy my request in a way that like I could tease out formally, logically even. And I suspect that is the case. I trusted them for that reason. That's what I want to be able to do with it. Now, I'm not sure that like ontologies are going to get us there. Right. I do think that they're part of the solution to that. I think the solution is going to be bigger than ontologies, as Denise is pointing out. Let's do with like architectures, how architectures sing with other architectures, the quality of the data, the kind of error correction or error sustainability on the back end of outputs. Bigger question, but certainly part of the solution. I don't think I'm alone in thinking that. And now you've got like kind of a high level overview of some of the moving parts, but also for me, the threshold. I will ask generative AI where to eat. That's fine. Not how much pills to give my daughter.
I think they're back online. John, go ahead and ask your question. I had to be smarter than my equipment. And holy fuck.
Go ahead, John.
Oh, okay. I put it into the chat, but yeah, can you hear me?
Can do.
Okay. Yeah, so I guess something that's sort of been at the back of my mind is like, I realize that there are realist commitments, but if you're coming from like a perspectival realist perspective, I wonder, might there be reasons to use several different top-level ontologies, if only because there might be some aspects of reality that are being missed by BFO, or that might be more easily overlooked by someone using BFO versus, say, something else?
John, have you been like coming to something? All right,
Hello?
training.
Sorry?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Hello. Okay. So I made a joke about you attending like my lectures and coming on one-on-ones. Yeah, great question. I'm going to talk much more about this near the end, but like just prefacing, and my background's in mathematics. And one of the first things they teach you in math is if you get stuck on a really challenging problem, translate it into another language. This is how great mathematical theorems have been proven. This is how Fermat's last theorem was proven. Like Andrew Wiles realized that all the previous solutions in different languages were not sufficient to solve Fermat's last theorem. He created a new language to do it. Mathematicians agreed. Now we know. It took a long time. It took years. He disappeared. He was a recluse. People thought he died. We found it.
Love that.
I take this seriously. When I talk about modeling with precision, with rigor, I talk about from BFO down, but I also talk about from IES down, the Information Exchange Standard, also from Dolce down. That's the alternative, the more conceptualist framework. All of the ontologies top down. I want fully fleshed out, rigorous models of everything in all of these different languages, because that gives me targets to translate between, so that I can identify when there's the bias over here has missed something in the data over here, or vice versa. But I know how hard it is to do that translation. I know how hard it is from my background in translating from one language to another. I want machines to do that for me. I want to push a button and flip from a Dolce perspective, IES, BFO perspective, and that requires having a way to connect the top levels that differ on the same data. Ultimately, that is my goal. That is what I want to do. So I'm not opposed to alternative like top levels. I am opposed to a lack of rigor, a lack of precision. And that is what I see in the other fields. That does not mean we won't build. It just means we're building one set suite from top to bottom now, and eventually we'll go for Dolce. We're going to help them too, and we'll map between them as well. So,
okay, thank you. That's very helpful. Okay.
To me, the real fundamental top-level ontology is just formal logic at the top. That's what captures everything. And that was a natural stopping point.
Yeah.
See you tomorrow.